Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. And of course, it is currently 12:08 a.m., right midnight. And it is the 31st of May 2025, the last day of May. Are you ready for June? Hot summer. Are you ready for hot summer? It's about to be hot summer, ladies and gentlemen. Get your ACs fixed up, the car ACs, the home ACs. You better make sure it's fixed up because it is hot out here. Okay, it is hot. Okay. And of course, the legend Elon Musk is saying goodbye to the Trump administration. However, he's not completely leaving, but he has to focus on Tesla and SpaceX and all of the other businesses that he runs and owns. And he was hosted today at the Oval Office by the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Okay. And he got a he got a gift. He got a gift from the OG, a golden key. Yep. He got a golden key to the White House. He deserves it. Okay. Everybody has their reservation, but my opinion is he deserves it. He's an asset to the United States. Okay. Elon is an asset to the United States and he's done a great job with the Department of Government Efficiency. He was able to save hundreds of billions of dollars, which nobody would have like figured out if he didn't look into it and of course save all of those money for United States taxpayers. But with that being said, angry Dems are now vowing to investigate Musk. Of course, this was going to happen. The moment he supported Donald Trump, everybody knew this is how it was going to go down. Okay, there is just no way Elon was never going to be investigated. He's definitely going to be investigated. There's no way. And for some reason, if Democrats wins the elections in 2026, the midterms, oh, is about to be up for Musk. And if for some reason Democrats wins in 2028, oh man, it's going to be a long 4 years. This is my predictions, okay? It's going to be a long 4 years for Musk and of course his businesses. But hopefully Republicans do what they're supposed to do, which is cater to the people and do exactly what the people voted for them to do. Okay? That's the only way. The people voted for Donald Trump and he's delivering, but he has to stick to the script. He has to stick to the script. Okay? All of these millions of people, tens of millions voted for Donald Trump. They knew he was the only one, well, a better option. It was a better option than Kamala Harris, of course. And everything he promised, he's already working on it. He's already gotten some of these things done. However, he has to stick to the script because 2026 midterm is coming. 2028 is coming. Okay, there's no monopoly to this game. It's called politics. Okay, if you don't satisfy the people, they're not going to vote for you again. So Republicans better get up and stay up and work as hard as they can for the American people. Here we go. The 5 on Fox.
See, they can't quit Elon. They're going to miss him if they don't have him as a punching bag.
They should beg for him to stay because he's saving us a lot of money. Democrats don't care about that. When they did save us money, when Bill Clinton knocked off about 400,000 workers, we all said, "That a boy, Bill. Way to go." If Joe Biden had cut expenses, we would have said, "That a boy, Joey," because we're not going to fight just to fight like they do. We fight for what's right. Now they're accusing him of being a drug addict. There was drug addicts in the last White House, and there was cocaine all over the place. They didn't say anything about that when an actual drug addict was running the country. behind the scenes. I haven't seen any evidence of drugs, but I am suspicious of the black guy. More on that later.
You're always suspicious about black guys.
Black guys, yes, Greg. The Democrats, when you ask them what their plan is to reduce spending and save us from debt crisis, they don't have a plan. Jessica the other day said, well, we have to raise taxes. Okay, well, that's funny because you can't raise taxes out of a $36 trillion hole. Barack Obama raised taxes and the debt went up. Joe Biden could have raised taxes, but he didn't. Why not? So can't we just join together? And I say this to Jessica, and I say this to all the Democrats. Why can't we be good partners? We're all Americans. Let's work together. Let's not just kick the can down the road like you guys do and then explode when anybody tries to fix the problem you created. We are going to die as a country. I don't want to die together. I want to live together in harmony with the Democratic Party, and we can just save this country from financial ruin. We can do this. I know we can.
Jesse, maybe you could buy a Coke for Jessica. For those of us
Buy
who are
Coke
old,
for
old,
Jessica?
old
Not
enough
cocaine, the Coca-Cola.
We're old enough to remember the commercial.
It was a Pepsi.
I feel no, it was Coke.
That
It was. I
saved-
feel like you're about to burst into. I'd like
Kylie
to
Jen-
buy the world a
Pepsi
drink.
commercial. It was a
Coke.
Pepsi.
Can you work together?
That's specific ad campaign. You're trying to coach on it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Can you work together with Jesse?
100%. But Jesse's got to give up his tax cut. And
Then
he
you're
won't.
not gonna work with Jesse.
No, he's rich and he needs that cut.
Not a tax cut.
You're
We're
getting
just
an enormous
keeping
tax
the
cut.
tax rates the same.
That's literally untrue.
No, that's exactly
I will
what they're doing.
No, it's not. It's just not true.
They
It's
are.
not true.
But if they don't
Listen,
pass this legislation, the tax cuts will go away. So there'll be a tax raise.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Shannon
All right. The
agrees
funny
with
logic.
me. That means you're
that's not
obviously
how it works.
wrong.
That's his thing. If whoever sits in that seat, if you like half agree with him, then he says that he's right. Give up your tax cut, and we'll talk about some cost savings. We'll go. I mean, Pete Hegseth promised us an audit of the Pentagon.
It's never passed.
It's never
By
passed,
the way,
and
the
they're getting a
Pentagon's never
bigger
passed.
budget. Well, let's talk about cuts to national defense. What do you think?
I love
All
the
right.
cut.
Anyway,
Is there waste
Elon
within the
has-
Pentagon?
What?
Is there waste within the Pentagon?
Yeah, I'm sure there's waste everywhere. But at the moment where you are supposed to be talking about waste, you don't need this massive transfer of wealth to the wealthy. And the 2017 Trump tax cuts actually did have more for the lower classes than this package does. People earning over $50,000, their incomes are going to go down. People earning over, $4 million for sure, and I think even over $2.5 million are going to get a lot more money
How?
because of their cut, because of the tax cut.
Jessica,
I need
it's
to say
just
something to
keeping
Elon
the
Musk,
rates
though.
the same.
If that was a Democratic Doge master that showed up with a shiner and there was a report that he did so much
said a
ketamine
Doge
that he
shine.
couldn't pee straight, you would be
man.
leading your show with it, 100%.
Can I bring in Greg here? Because he's filthy rich. So I want to know what he thinks.
Yeah, what do you think of your
about
tax
this.
cut?
I'm
I'm filthy rich.
Filthy
with
and rich, I'm
love.
told.
Well, no, again, Jessica proves Jesse's point that they say that they are for the idea, but not the process. It is always that off ramp to actually doing something that they will find, whether it is crime, immigration, or the economy. I definitely want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Except, but I want safer streets. But what about no cash bail? We want an immigration process just like you, except we don't like the way you're doing it. And then, we realize they don't have a replacement. The idea of talking about these tax cuts is not even close to being a solution. The solution is cutting spending. We're spending ourselves off a cliff. And you're saying we need to raise taxes. Why? Because you can't cut spending. You want to raise taxes because you will never, ever cut spending. We just want to go back to 5 years ago. That's all we want. Can't we just have a budget from 5 years ago? That's not too bad pre-COVID. Why can't we do that? You guys. All right. I want to go back to the front part of this segment where these Democrats were pushing the bad things that happened because of Doge, that there were crimes committed. Okay, let's compare their predictions to the other side's predictions. We sat here and predicted the border crisis. They didn't. They mocked us. We predicted the trans issue. We knew this was going to be a big deal. They didn't. They called us transphobic. We knew that there was going to be a Ferguson effect after George Floyd. They said, no, crime was getting better. They were wrong. Joe Biden's unwellness, Kamala's incompetence. We were the ones that when we made predictions, because of our filter, were correct. Compare that to the other side. Nothing that they predict, which is always existential, apocryphal, delusional, never happens, right? What did they say? Threat to democracy. The planet's going to end. The laptop is fake. Russians are behind this. None of that panned out. And now what they're saying about Doge, they're saying, oh, my God, people are going to starve. So they were actually taking the debt. No, oh my God. Let me finish
this
for once.
This overweight.
You have my point being is you've lost the right for people to believe your hypothetical fantasies because they're never right. And you're willing to take the debt crisis and crush it under another fantasy. We don't believe you. And guess what? We don't have reason to believe you. And you brought up the Elon Musk drug thing. Why should we believe that when it comes out now? Do you think, using your what if this happened or what if he came out in support of Biden? We never would have heard about the ketamine, but he's pro-Trump, and now you're talking about the ketamine. He's having an impact as a public servant on America. Now you bring up the ketamine. You know what's funny? This guy is doing nothing but service. He's getting nothing out of this. That used to be a Democrat. That used to be a public servant. And now a guy who creates Neuralink, creates an internet process for the poor, electric cars, robots, rockets that save astronauts. He's a public servant who's also the richest man. And you guys don't like him. He's exactly what a Democrat used to be, a public servant.
Elon,
but
man.
now you only serve yourselves.
Happen.
You're like, what can I get out of this? And if we use identity politics, we can get everybody to declare what they want from somebody else. It becomes an attack over a finite pie when he just wants to expand it. There, I've said enough. I think I can go home early.
Fine by me. There, Katie, would you like to wrap it up?
I would love to. So, going off of Greg's point, Democrats' entire survival and existence depends on a bloated government, whether it's taxpayer dollars going to NGOs for their pet projects, taxpayer money going to these big universities where they can indoctrinate all these kids to then go out into the world and spew liberal ideology and to talk about how we need even more government spending. The list goes on and on. The handouts that they want through the government that the federal government has no business engaging in. Democrats are perfectly happy with having rampant corruption, government waste that's going to tank the country into oblivion because of all the debt that we have, so long as it preserves their political power and they're able to continue the Washington grift that continues on and on. Trump brought Elon in, which is another example of how he does things very differently, someone from the private sector to say, people have been saying for 30, 40 years that this needs to be done. You hear it today. I think that we should cut spending. But I just don't think it should be done this way. Well, which way? Should we have another commission to write a report among a report, another report to say that we need to cut this kind of spending, not to mention going in and finding it where we didn't even know it existed? And now it's Congress's job to do what they were elected to do, to go in and to stop the abuse of the American taxpayer, to codify these cuts, which 70% of Americans actually agree with, and move on. Because the country cannot survive, in Elon's words, while we're ruled by a bureaucracy and not governed by democracy or in our republic. That's just the bottom line. So that's why they're so upset, because they're coming after the way that they survive, and Democrats can't survive without a big government.
They're coming for Elon Musk, for sure. Even while Trump is in office right now, they're burning down Tesla dealerships, burning down cars. Yeah, he's going to have to face the music, but I think he's a strong person. You don't get to this level without being strong. All right, here we go.
The Doge father brought a chainsaw to Washington, and after 130 days, he's saying goodbye. Today, Trump threw Elon a farewell party, but before it started, he threw a party for Trump.
Numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations.
Trump wants to be a Fox News anchor. He throws the sound bites, argues with guests. Welcome to Oval Office Prime Time tonight. But it was Elon's day.
He's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations.
$175 billion in waste was doged. Government computers were
Was
modernized,
doged, baby.
and 2% of the workforce accepted very generous severance packages. But we'll always remember Elon when we see the shiny red Tesla. Caroline and Margot took it out for a spin last night, and if you look closely, Stephen Miller's in the back. 47 gave Musk a key to the White House and said he'll be back and forth because Doge is his baby. Just because Musk is leaving doesn't mean Doge is going anywhere. Big Balls is embedded.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that, it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I could liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction.
Elon was in good spirits, but he had a black eye. Who hit him?
Yeah.
Must have been a lefty.
Is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France. So,
This dumb.
yeah, no, I just wasn't around with little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did?
Yeah.
X could do it.
Like Musk said, he wasn't the only one this week to take a beating.
He could do it, ladies and gentlemen.
Plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel
Oh,
Macron.
man.
Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Oh, man.
Make sure the door remains closed.
For real.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. Too. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What's worse, getting a black eye from your wife or your kid? Probably your wife. CNN says it was Washington that gave him the black eye.
He has a black eye, but don't you think that black eye is also going to become a metaphor for 1,000 articles about his time in Washington? You know, this is a guy who was able to conquer basically every industry that he set out to succeed in, and Washington, D.C. may be the only one where he's going away with a black eye.
Stelter doesn't think Musk succeeded in Washington because Stelter thinks anyone who leaves Washington failed. No. Musk did more in 130 days than politicians do in 3 decades, and then he went back to building cars and rockets. He's not just sulking like he lost a campaign. The New York Times, on Musk's last day, called him a drug addict. Quote, he told people he was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder. He took ecstasy and psychedelic mushrooms, and he traveled with a daily medication box that held about 20 pills, including ones with the markings of the stimulant Adderall. Our very own stupid son of a bitch asked Elon about the Times allegation. Watch.
So, there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between...
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer counter.
It is.
I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times, let's move on.
There was an actual drug addict who last spring was kind of running the country, and the Times didn't notice. They found cocaine in the White House, and the Times never cared. And they never accused Hunter. But they're accusing Musk with no evidence? CNN jumped in and defended the Times.
I think we have to revisit it and not let it stand alone because he talks about the Russia hoax. We just have to be very clear that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. The Mueller report did not find collusion, but Mueller was very clear he did not exonerate Trump.
Yeah, so CNN admitted we were right about Biden's brain, the border, inflation, but they just won't let go of the Russia hoax. MSNBC said Musk's more deadly than the Vietnam War.
He talked about bringing the wood chipper to USAID. They have a tracker. 300,000 deaths. According to a Boston University professor, because of the aid cuts so far, 200 of them children. Okay, Vietnam War, y'all remember that? 60,000 U.S. service members died. This is 5 times more deaths.
Cutting spending's a war crime in Washington. Musk doged Sesame Street in Iraq, and they're calling it an atrocity. Anyone who dies in Africa, now it's Elon's fault. And by the way, if there's 300,000 deaths since Doge, where are the bodies? Why doesn't MSNBC have videos of mass graves? A professor is making up numbers so MSNBC can accuse him of genocide and Democrats can open an investigation. That's exactly how hoaxes start.
I think some crimes may have been committed over the past 3 or 4 months, and they are going to come to light. One way or another, we're going to come to light, even if it takes us getting into power again. But we will subpoena people and find out.
Elon puts his 5 companies on ice for 4 months to help cut pork and make government more efficient. And Democrats firebombed his cars and called him a Nazi and accused him of taking drugs.
Oh, Jesse.
Oh, and as a cherry on top, if they take the house back,
Jesse.
they're going to make his life hell and fine his companies. They've already made the world's wealthiest man the Republican Party's biggest donor. And they keep going. They've made themselves the enemy in his eyes. Do you think Musk's going to let this slide?
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
The country's begging the Democrats to get it together so we can work together for the good of the country. Building and maintaining human civilization's serious business. We can lose this country like that. The Roman Empire, the British Empire, here one day, gone the next. What does it say about how serious the Democrats are when they make Kamala Harris AI czar and spend trillions on windmills that don't work? Wall Street's starting to get it. Here's JP Morgan's CEO, Jamie Dimon.
The Biden administration is giving all its money to EVs and cars and wasting a lot of money on green stuff, which isn't going to work, and all that. Do you think people in rural cities, do you think people in inner cities thought they were getting anything? Do you think that those people think that the American government is fair and competent and that this was in their best interest? Their schools don't work. They're not getting the skills they need, and you heard that just now. So we got to acknowledge these. And I also call it blue tape. Because, you know, Republicans, you generally don't like red tape. You understand the devastation of it. But, you know, most Democrats, they love it. They want more of it. And they want to make it so confusing you can't even meet the rules, so you get punished and fined afterwards.
If we doge the Democrats, we'd make America so efficient. Imagine what we could accomplish. Elon's building robo-taxis. I saw him in L.A. last weekend. Computerized cars are just picking people up and taking them to dinner. He's building tunnels in Vegas and building rockets to go to Mars, putting chips in people's brains to cure ALS.
Facts.
It's an incredible privilege to be a part of this and, you know, have someone like Elon Musk, one of the most powerful men in the world, so involved, so interested in affecting my life and people with disabilities right now. I just can't even put it into words. And the guys and gals at Neuralink, they are the hardest workers that I've ever met in my life, and they have such passion for helping people.
We're in the beginning of the AI revolution, and the world's about to change big. We have a pioneer who broke the mold like Rockefeller or Ford or Jobs. Elon's not perfect. Nobody is. But he's not a villain. He's a legend. And if we want successful public servants to serve the country like they used to, instead of lazy lawyers who get elected to Congress and spend all day fundraising and making up lies, we have to support them, whether they're on the right or the left. We shouldn't fight just to fight because they're on the other side. If there's a Democrat billionaire who wants to upgrade the old computers in Washington, we'll back that. We have to be grateful when people help us instead of when they help themselves. This country has to come together so that we don't get left behind. Click here.
Exactly. This is what I always say. Even if you're a Democrat or a Republican, you are American first. Okay? Unity. That is the number one priority. I don't care if you're conservative or liberal. You're an American. Okay? Stop pointing fingers. And with that being said, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. Now we're about to go into the Oval Office, okay, where Donald Trump, the 45th, now the 47th OG of the United States, gave Elon, the Doge father, the gold key to the White House. Here we go.
Fantastic job. He didn't need this. He didn't need it. And we find out government's a little nasty on occasion. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, at times.
Hello, President Trump.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You tell me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charmed life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. I'll tell you that the income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due.
Exactly.
Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad.
Woo.
Right? Not bad.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers could double and triple because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud/waste and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started, in many cases we've started. I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world, those systems right now. They were what the previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer, and they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system, and in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts, and we'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, Doge canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City, and the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. Does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants.
Uganda.
I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account. And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental. $20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spent $8 million on making mice transgender, and those
Oh,
are
my
better
goodness.
than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the DOGE cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. DOGE has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization. But we're taking that over with DOGE. Many of the DOGE people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as special government employee. Can you imagine? They called him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and we were in, as you know, 3 really great countries, predominantly the 3. Qatar was great, UAE was great, Saudi Arabia, incredible. Such an incredible experience to be in those 3 countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the great leaders of the other 2 that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because that was one person who was respected, but there were 2 people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot, and we're doing really well. When I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan, where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack in Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talk trade. And we said, we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood, and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. And that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results. And those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him. And he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care.
Wow.
Thank you. You see the lock. The lock on this is amazing.
That's right. Large lock.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. I'd liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. It's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there. And we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold. And everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team. And we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Right.
Great job.
President Trump, the president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
It's the New York Times. Is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I think it is.
I think it is. I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times? Let's move on.
Okay.
Next question.
President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And you know, who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country?
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they do it?
Well, it's very hard, because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long, because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people, because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it, because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about, and who the hell signed this? So I almost never used the auto pen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly used to hear it.
Mr. President, on China. Reinstate the tariffs on China. You said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi, and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, it's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas is still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow, and we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal, and I think that could happen in the not too distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
Mr. Moss, a question for Elon.
Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, Yeah, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we need to terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multiplanetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by the official end of Doge, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. If you say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to
Go
ahead.
Mr. President, you had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yes.
Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yes, so what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge. And so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us. Just as an example. So it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, and including things that made no sense, and we would agree made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do when someone within the government tries to stop money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it worth it?
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yeah.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
I got a little shiner here.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs when they say men playing in women's sports. I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this is more of a big six question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
The Big Beautiful Bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs on the Big Beautiful Bill, or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Quickly, Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man, what he's done in American life, has been so politicized? Does it?
Well, his life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication, it's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going, he's got a company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it because North Carolina was literally became an island. It was, people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too.
Mr.
You know what? If he wasn't a good person, but he did the same things, I'd probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person who loves the country.
One beautiful bill. You had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But there's things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. These are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just started. The bill is a great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved, you'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before. You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen. And she would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension. That she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and I don't want to say an era. He did it well, meaning they gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election, and to our benefit. We won anyway, but to our benefit. But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that. Her whole career, she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation. It's a very unfair situation. And she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic.
Mr. Musk, what
Yeah, please, go
do
ahead.
you want to see, Mr. Musk, to the bill?
And to international students, are they still welcome to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
To students, well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, it's close to 31%. That's a lot. Our country's given $5 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time. Nobody knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. 2 days ago, we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rocket ships. Because, somebody has to build those rocket ships.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent. Absolutely. And you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we need, to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And, I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability at that. And they did very well. They made a lot of money. It's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah. I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a juice there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France, so. No,
I didn't notice
about the
First Lady of France
getting slapped.
I didn't notice.
I was just horsing around with Lil X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. Turns out, even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did it?
Yeah,
X could do it. If you knew X,
he's with his mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just horsed around with the kids.
I didn't
basically.
notice it actually.
I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but
and by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines,
it's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin. Do you
and
Zelensky.
Yeah.
But do you look at this
very stubborn Zelensky too?
Any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So, I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit. And they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But, they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false. And, a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died. I saw things that I was surprised at. And I don't like being surprised. So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people, I think the numbers are even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed. Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for. And you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country, many criminals poured into our country, murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, we're could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. With all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country. And many of those people are stone cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States. And of all the things that, are bad, I solved inflation, I believe, already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. That's one of the reasons they screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And you had tremendous inflation. You had the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard. They want people that are in jails. We have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? In business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is, what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him. But he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
If I could add something to that, which is, I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
And just today, we had, just a couple of hours ago, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court, thank goodness, that was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs because, again, we have to be able to fight a fair fight with other countries. Howard, would you say we have to be able to use tariffs to fight people that use tariffs on us? I mean, if we didn't have that power of tariffs, we would economically be destroyed as a country because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us with unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that power away from us. And if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important on immigration that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they did. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of the murderers, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen, and it's a terrible thing. That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. And we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead, please.
That tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad, and this is also to use Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories in, like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. All of the manufacturers will build their parts here too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and I gave them a little leeway on that. I gave them some leeway. But over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much, everybody.
Why wouldn't you want made in America? I don't know, man. Why wouldn't you want that? Anyway, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th OG of the United States, he was in Pittsburgh today promoting Made in America. Here we go. All right, everybody, double tap your screen. Subscribe to the channel. And let's have a good time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a good time. Whether you're a liberal or a conservative, it doesn't matter. You are American first. Never forget that. All right? Never forget that. Doesn't matter if you're a liberal or a conservative. You're American. And I love you. Okay? Even if you have your reservations about me, I love you as long as you are American. Matter of fact, as long as you are a human being, I love you. Okay, but America first, ladies and gentlemen. America first. Here we go.
Thank you very much. What a group of people. We love this group. You voted for me. They never had a chance in Pennsylvania. They never even had a chance. But I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth at the legendary Mon Valley Works. Irvin Plant, with the proud Pennsylvania patriots who are the heart and soul of U.S. Steel. Thank you very much. That's great. Oh, you're going to be happy. You're going to be happy. There's a lot of money coming your way. It's a lot of money. You're going to say, please, sir, we don't want this kind of success. It's too much, sir. We can't take it. Please, we beg you, we don't want this much success. But we do, really, don't we? We're going to be so successful. You have just started. You're going to watch. We're here today to celebrate a blockbuster agreement that will ensure this storied American company stays and American company. You're going to stay an American company. You know that, right? But we're going to have a great partner. We're going to have a great partner. And I have to tell you, Japan has been a tremendous friend of mine during my years as president. And then we had a little hiatus. We had a rigged election. But then we won. We said, let's make it too big to rig. And they made it too big to rig. And this is a much more powerful term than we could have ever had the other way. So a lot of things, God was looking down on us all for a lot of reasons, including right there. A lot of reasons we were blessed, and you're going to be blessed. You're going to see that. It will keep its headquarters in the great city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where it belongs. For generations, the name United States Steel was synonymous with greatness, and now it will again be synonymous with greatness. That's what it's going to be. The best and strongest steel on earth will forever be made in America and made in Pennsylvania. And I want to thank a man that I saw right at the beginning of this whole thing, during my first term, as we call it, U.S. Steel President Dave Barrett. Dave, thank you very much, wherever you may be. Wherever you may be. Thank you, Dave. And he came to the White House and he said, sir, we're in trouble. We need help. He was put there to save the company, right? I remember it so well, like yesterday. He was put there. They hired him to save the company. And he came up and he said, we need help, sir. I said, what can we do? Because all the steel companies were going south. They were all in trouble. He said, if you could get tariffs, sir, and save this company. And I thought about it. I studied it up real quick. It took me about 2 minutes. And I said, Dave, I think we're going to make you very happy. And we did make you happy, didn't we? We saved the company. We put 25% tariffs on your company. So we had protection. We were protected from outside horrible influence, including dumping, where they were dumping steel all over the United States. And we saved it. It was a great honor. And Dave was really the first one that brought it to my attention. And I appreciate it, Dave. You did a good job. You did a good job. He more than saved the company. He made the company great. This will be a great company in a very short period of time. Also, the vice chairman of Nippon Steel, Takahiro Mori. Takahiro, thank you very much. He's a great guy, highly respected. He's highly respected all over the world for what he's done with steel. He's going to make this is going to be his pet project. It's going to be great. Thank you, Takahiro. Appreciate it. We're also pleased to be joined by a man who's done a fantastic job. He's central. I always say he's central Casting, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Where is Scott? Central Casting. Thanks, Scott. We had a good report today. I don't know if you saw. The numbers were through the roof, and there was no inflation. And they said, you know, Trump was right again. They were all saying, oh, inflation, inflation. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars and tariffs and other things, and we're keeping our competitive nations, we're keeping them, they're competitors, and we're keeping them totally at bay. And we right now have the hottest nation anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we had a nation that was dying. We had a nation that was cold as ice. And now we have the hottest, most talked about nation anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Good job, Scott. Also, Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRemer. Lori, thank you very much. Highly recommended by the Teamsters and a couple of others, I have to tell you. And I said, I'll take that. I'll take that. But she's been fantastic. Also, we have some incredible congressmen and women. Mike Kelly, where's Mike? Mike, he's wearing a shirt today. A lot of times he doesn't. If it's cold, he doesn't wear shirts. Thank you, Mike. Dan Muser, who I hear is going to maybe be running for governor. That's what I hear. I hear there's a rumor about that. There's a rumor about that. Another man, yeah, good luck with that, Dan. I'll tell you, if that's your decision, you've got my support. You know that, right? If you run, you've got my support. He's been a guy, don't you think? He's been a great congressman. He's been a great congressman. And if you run, you have my support totally, and you'll win. You'll win. The people are going to get it real fast. Thank you very much. Good luck. Guy Reschenthaler, who is a fantastic person, with a very good friend of mine today, and I appreciate you coming together. And Guy, thank you very much. What a job you've done from the beginning, right? We never had a problem from day one, you and I. So thank you very much, Guy. Great job. Mike Ruley. You know Mike? Where's Mike? Mike? Thank you, Mike. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Really, really good. And another friend of mine, a great hockey player, actually, Pete Stauber. Pete, thank you. What a great hockey player. He was the real deal, right, Pete? He'll even admit it. He's going to admit it. Pennsylvania Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Thank you. Good job, Kim. Good job. Thank you. A woman who's an incredible writer, actually. She understands what they call the Rust Belt. We won't be able to call this section a Rust Belt anymore. It'll be a golden belt. It'll be a golden dome, right? It'll be part of a golden dome that we're building to save everybody's lives. But this is a woman who's really fantastic. She's a brilliant writer. She just got signed up by, of all groups, the Washington Post. That's big time. Selena Zito. Where's Selena? She's around here. Selena, thank you. She understands you people and me better than we do. She understands us, and she got it right from the beginning with Trump, didn't you, Selena? She said right early on, guess what? He's going to win. That was when people were saying, really, is he running? He's only doing this for fun. She said, no, he's going to win. And I wouldn't say it's fun, but boy, are we doing progress, right? We're making big progress. So you have a couple of people here that I wanted to introduce because, you know, being a guy that's watched a lot of football, this man had tremendous courage. He had a lot of grit. And everybody knows he wasn't the largest person on the field at all, but he was, in many ways, the most courageous. Rocky Bleier. Rocky. Come up here, Rocky. Come up here. Come up here, Rocky. Come up here, Rocky. He's such a great heart. Come on up here, Rocky. Wow. And two other people I want to bring up because I'm a fan of your Steelers. And I happen to think a really good quarterback is a man named Mason Rudolph. And I think he's going to get a big shot. He's tall, he's handsome, got a great arm. And I have a feeling he's going to be the guy. So Mason Rudolph, come up here. And also a safety,
who's an absolute killer, Miles Killebrew. Do you know Miles? Come on up here, Miles. Come on up here, fellas. What a team, huh?
Mr. President, on behalf of U.S. Steel and to the people of Pittsburgh, more importantly, though, to all the Steeler fans that are here this evening, I have the honor of making you an honorary Pittsburgh Steeler and would like to present to you your jersey as with the number 47 as the 47th President of the United States, a number that hangs in the National Football League Hall of Fame. I'd like to present this to a Hall of Fame president. Please accept it.
Come on, say something. Come on.
Listen, I'm honored to be here with a great Steeler legend like Rocky Bleier, somebody who fought for our country in Vietnam and came back and played some great football with the black and gold. Awesome to be here, a part of this big investment in Pittsburgh. Go Steelers. How about this president of ours, huh? Just wanted to say God bless you, President Trump, and God bless you, Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great group of people. And he did have a lot of courage, didn't he? Not that big. He's like, okay. I said, Rocky, I've had you up to here. But boy, does he have a heart, right? It's all about the heart. Also, Senator Dave McCormick, who had a great election victory, and he sends his regards. He's trying to get a certain bill through that's going to give you the largest tax cuts in history, and we got to get it done. So thank you to Dave. He's been great. Perhaps most importantly, let me thank the tough, hardworking members of the United States Steelworkers Local 2227 and the United States Steelworkers Local 1219 and the United States Steelworkers Local 1557. You people are amazing, and look what you've been able to do. Look what you've been able to do. This is a big deal today. This is a big deal. You know, I have to tell you about Nippon. They kept asking me over, and I kept rejecting it. No way, no way, no way. And after about 4 times, I said, you know, these people really want to do a great thing. They really want it. And they're putting up, you know, billions of dollars, and they're going to do this plant and other plants, and it's great, and you're going to have control, you're going to maintain control, and nobody would put up money like that. And every time, Dave, I think you'll say, every time they came in, the deal got better and better and better for the workers, because I didn't give a damn about anybody else, if you want to know the truth. And the rest of them, they'll take care of themselves. But for the workers, and I have no doubt that Nippon and Dave and everybody else, we're all working together, and I'm going to be in Washington. I'm going to be watching over it, and it's going to be great. But there's unbelievable spirit for what you're doing, and I'm telling you, you're going to find out that the great people of Japan, and we love them. You know, Shinzo Abe was my friend. He was a great Prime Minister of Japan. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. You know what happened with Shinzo. But he was a great friend of mine, an amazing man. And it's an amazing country, and you're going to have a tremendous relationship. So thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. For more than 124 years, the men and women of U.S. Steel have poured the molten metal and forged the tempered beams that built America's railroads, bridged mighty rivers, and raised up towering skyscrapers like the ones we have in New York. 100 stories high and much higher than that. the city of Pittsburgh used to produce more steel than most entire countries could produce. And it wasn't even close, but our steelworkers know better than anyone. Decades of Washington betrayals and incompetence and stupidity and corruption cost this region over 100,000 steel jobs, and they melted away just like butter melts away. Between the year 2000 and 2016, more than half of all the jobs in Pittsburgh's iron and steel mills were obliterated. They were just absolutely taken away, like you take away candy from a baby. When I came into office 8 years ago, I proclaimed a simple but crucially important principle. If you don't have steel, you don't have a country. You don't have a country. You can't make a military. What are we going to do? Say, let's go to China to get our steel for the army tanks and for the boats and ships. A strong steel industry is not just a matter of dignity or prosperity and pride. It's above all a matter of national security, and it is. You're going to see some amazing things here. That's why I fought for the American steelworker like no president has ever fought before. That's why I won your votes like no president has ever won before. And right from the beginning, it didn't take long. You got it right from the beginning. I think before I even opened my mouth, because even as a private citizen, I used to fight and say, what are you letting all of these countries come in and steal your jobs, bring them to other countries? Why do you let that happen? Not only here, but all over the country. In 2018, I imposed historic tariffs on foreign steel, and the results were amazing. You wouldn't have this plant right now if I didn't put on 25% and 50% tariffs. They were dumping steel, as you know, from China and from all over the world. They were dumping it all over our country, dumping it. And it was bad steel, it was garbage, but it was steel, and it was cheap as hell, and it was a terrible thing. And you wouldn't have had any steel mills. I don't think, Dave, they'd have a steel mill open in the country if we didn't do the tariffs. And it was just in time. It was just in time. They were closing up as fast as you can count. In a few short years, domestic steel production surged by more than 10 million tons. Imports from your foreign competitors dropped by 24% almost immediately. And more than $15 billion of investment poured into American steel throughout the United States, all because you had a president who stood up for our steel workers and put America first. I'm very proud of that one. Stood up for everyone else, too. But then came 4 calamitous years of a president who obviously wasn't doing the job. I'm trying to be nice, so you know I have to be nice. But what he did to this country is a disgrace. Between the borders, millions and millions of people pouring through our borders from all countries all over the world. They came from the jails of the Congo. They came from all over South America, prisons, gangs, drug dealers, drug merchants. They came from mental institutions, the mentally insane. They were pouring into our country by the millions. They allowed this to happen to our country. But we're moving them out, or we're moving them out fast, or we're bringing them back to where they came from. We're having a lot of problems with the liberal judges in courts, the radical left crazy judges that, you know, they come in without courts. They pour into our country totally unvetted and unchecked. Nobody checked them. Nobody had any idea who they were. 11,888 of them were murderers. 50% of those over 11,000 people that were murderers, 50% murdered more than one person. And these people were allowed to come into our country by the Democrats, and you can never forget what they've done. And it's we've beaten inflation. Look at what we've done. Look at the numbers that came out. The prosperity, now everything is good. First time ever, right track, wrong track. We're on a right track. First time in 28 years. But they allowed that to happen. I built almost 700 miles of wall. If we didn't have the wall, we could have never done what we did. Over 700 miles, but still they came because they didn't want to finish. They didn't want to close up any gap, the gaps that we had to keep so that we could get our equipment out, so we could get through. They didn't want to put up the final stages. It would have taken 3 weeks to put up the final stages. They said, no, we don't want the wall built. And I thought they were kidding, but they weren't. They wanted open borders, and what they let into our country can never be forgotten. The last administration granted tens of thousands of job-killing tariff exemptions to your foreign competitors. So they were afraid to take down the tariffs that I imposed because it was so good for our country, so much money. But what they did do, think of this, they gave exemptions, and they were so broad and so deep, and I guess you saw that, but the exemptions that they gave allowed foreign competitors to come in and steal our industry, steal our jobs, and bring them back home, and bring them home by the boatload. Crippling imports of foreign steel skyrocketed over the last 4 years like you have never seen before, by over 30%. That's an incredible, crazy number. And imports of steel and rebar from Mexico exploded by more than 1,000%. We were getting our steel from Mexico. We were getting our steel from Canada. We were getting our steel from every place, but right here, it was then that we announced the crown jewel of our steel industry, U.S. Steel, was being sold into foreign hands with no protections for our great steel workers. And I said, there's no way we're going to let that happen. When I was watching over you, you don't even know it, I was watching over you, I tell you. Best people. You're the best people. You built this country. You know, you people built this country. You people and others like you built this country. By the time I came into office, many feared that the Mon Valley would lose up to 3,000 steel jobs, that U.S. Steel would close, and it was a fixture of the Pittsburgh skyline. It may never live for another week. We had times we thought we were going to live. You weren't living for another week. But I promised the people of Western Pennsylvania that I would never, ever let that happen. And as president, I kept that promise. Boy, did I keep that promise. So soon after initially taking office, I imposed powerful 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and ended each and every one of the Biden exceptions and exclusions. And today I have a major announcement. And are you ready to hear this? This is on behalf of Scott, Secretary of Treasury, Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, and all of the great geniuses and people we have working, and they are smart, but I don't think you'd be a good steel worker, Scott. I'm sorry. We're going to have to put a little more muscle content into that guy. But he's great. He's great at what he does. We are going to be imposing a 25% increase. We're going to bring it from 25% to 50%, the tariffs on steel into the United States of America, which will even further secure the steel industry in the United States. Nobody's going to get around that. So we're bringing it up from 25%. We're doubling it to 50%. And that's a loophole. And by the way, I have to tell you, I believe that this group of people that just made these investments right now are very happy, because that means that nobody's going to be able to steal your industry. It's at 25%, they can sort of get over that fence. At 50%, they can no longer get over the fence. So congratulations to everybody, and to you for making a great deal. You just made a better deal, right? I said to the group, would you rather have a 40% increase? Because I was thinking about 40 when I came. I said, would you rather have a 40% or a 50%? They said, we'll take 50. I said, I had a feeling you were going to say that. So congratulations. Also, congratulations to Dave, because you got this whole thing started. Congratulations. Great job. Great job. The people here understand the word tariff, and you understand it better than the people on Wall Street. But now the people on Wall Street are finding out. They're saying, wow, you know, Trump was right. You saw today, they had an announcer, Joe Kiernan, CNBC, Maria Bartiromo, who's so fantastic on Fox Business. and they were saying, you know, Trump was right. Look at these numbers. The numbers got released today at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it showed no inflation and tremendous income jumps for workers and for the people of our country. And they go, wow, he was right. He was right. But you knew that. You knew that before Wall Street. The workers knew that. We don't want America's future to be built with shoddy steel from Shanghai. We want it built with the strength and the pride of Pittsburgh. It's Pittsburgh steel, it's U.S. steel, and it's going to be something even more special when you get all that billions of dollars of new equipment that they're going to be investing right here. Billions and billions of dollars. Since I opposed our steel tariffs, and you know, I said that tariff to me is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. I love the word so much. I've always loved it. For 40 years, I've loved it. For 40 years, I didn't understand why people weren't in this country using tariff. They use tariffs to kill us. They use tariffs to take our businesses, not only steel, other businesses too. And we never knew how to use tariffs back because we had people in the White House that either didn't care or weren't very smart or both. And it really starts with the White House. It's very simple. It starts with the White House. But I said, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, the word tariff. And I got slaughtered in the fake news. I got killed. They said, what about love? What about wife and family? What about God, they said. So they made the word tariff be my fourth favorite word. And now I have no complications. It's my fourth favorite word. God, wife, family, all of the different things, but they did. It's not even believable. I said, tariffs is my favorite word, and I got slaughtered by these people. But we've had a lot of fun. We've jousted for a long time with the fake news. But companies all over the world have announced nearly $10 billion in new investments in steel, just in steel alone. But the Nippon investment we're announcing today blows them all away with a record-setting, and this was just heard of. We just came out a little while ago. $14 billion commitment to the future of this company. That is the single largest investment. That's the single largest investment of any kind in any industry. So not only steel, go all the way back. You go into fracking, you go into anything you want to go into because you're a good fracking state too. We love fracking, by the way. But think of this, the largest investment of any kind in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we also will be the largest investment in the history of American steel industry. There's never been a $14 billion investment in the history of the steel industry in the United States of America. And Pittsburgh will very soon be respected around the world as the Steel City again. So I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate you. As part of this monumental commitment, Nippon will also invest $2.2 billion to increase steel production here in the Mon Valley Works, specifically allocated to Mon Valley, along with $200 million for the Advanced Technology Research and Development Center that's being built already in Pennsylvania. So I want to congratulate you. And in addition, another $7 billion to modernize steel mills, expand ore mines, and build state-of-the-art facilities in Indiana, Minnesota, Alabama, and Arkansas. So I want to thank you and congratulations to those states. Congratulations. And the bulk of these expenditures will be made in the next 14 months. It's going to happen fast. You're going to be very busy watching trucks go back and forth, loaded up with cash, or its equivalent. And it will create and save over 100,000 American jobs, including 14,000 jobs in Pennsylvania. Thank you. Very good. And by the way, your local union, I won't talk about your national union because I don't think he knows what the hell he's talking about. But your local union, I want to tell you, is so unbelievable. They've been great. I have to tell you that this is an incredible deal for American steelworkers, and it includes vital protections to ensure that all steelworkers will keep their jobs and all facilities in the United States will remain open and thriving. U.S. Steel will maintain. I don't want to fight with those guys. They look pretty. I'll never fight them. U.S. Steel will maintain all of its current operating blast furnaces at full capacity for a minimum of the next 10 years, and we have that as a commitment. But I don't even think you have to worry about that. You're not going to have to even think about that, frankly. It won't matter because they're going to be here for a long time, a lot longer than that. There will be no layoffs and no outsourcing whatsoever, and every U.S. steel worker will soon receive a well-deserved $5,000 bonus. That's very nice. Thank you very much. That's great. That's importantly. For what you've gone through a lot. It's closing, it's not closing, it's opening, and you want to stay here. People say, well, we'll move to another place, or we'll do chips, or we'll do something like chips. Somehow you don't want to do chips. I'm looking at these giant guys with the giant arms. You're not going to like doing chips. Most importantly, U.S. Steel will continue to be controlled by the USA. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done the deal. I wouldn't have done it. But the USA, and we're going to be working together, and you're going to look at your board. You have a great board, and we're going to have an amazing alliance. In this audience are many of the incredible workers who will really be bringing our steel industry roaring back to life, and it's going to roar, including a man who has supported me from the very beginning, the founder and steelworker of Steelworkers for Trump in this area. I have some of these guys, they're great. And I had somebody in Michigan that was so great. I love that guy, and I love this guy. He's been with me from the beginning. Brian Pavlik. Brian, come up here. Come up here, Brian. Brian's been with us from the beginning. Oh, look at him, big guy. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yes, you did. It's a great day to be an American steelworker. It's an honor to be on the stage with my hero and the greatest president ever, Donald J. Trump. Hello, my name's Brian Pavlik. I'm a third-generation steelworker and the president and founder of Steelworkers for Trump. The attempted assassination of then-president candidate Donald J. Trump prompted me to establish Steelworkers for Trump. Our membership now exists to 2.5K. In my opinion, President Trump has demonstrated remarkable support for the American steel industry, surpassing the collective efforts of all other presidents combined. Through tariffs, he has fought to keep steel being made in America rather than being dumped onto us by China. Through this deal, he has fought to keep us billions of dollars in investments that will secure jobs for generations to come. Thank you, President Trump, for your commitment to revitalizing the American steel industry and restoring its greatness and making American steel great again.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. And he was with me right from the beginning, I think, Brian, right from day one, and I appreciate it. We won't forget it either. So let me also bring up real fast a few guys that I met backstage that I was very impressed with. Jack, Jason, Scott, Donald, and Kurt. Come on up here, fellas. Get up here. Come on up here. These guys are great. Come on. They're happy people.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not prepared, but I can tell you I would rather be nowhere than where I am today with all of my U.S. Steel family, friends, and everybody that I love. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Berg. Thank you, Mr. Maury. And most of all, thank you, Donald J. Trump.
We did it. I want to thank everyone for coming. Today is a great day. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jason Zugai. I'm the former president, current vice president of Local 2227, and I've worked at this great plant for 28 years. I'm a third-generation steel worker working for U.S. Steel. And by the way, I'm damn proud of that. So, when we decided to stand up for the men and women of the Mon Valley, we knew it wasn't going to be easy. Almost every day there were obstacles in our way. At any point we could have chosen to give up, but we are steel workers, and giving up just isn't something we do. These investments will ensure steel will be made right here in Pittsburgh for years to come. And I want to take this time to thank a lot of people that were crucial to getting this partnership to the finish line. First and foremost, I want to thank God for giving me the strength, courage, and wisdom to fight day after day. I want to thank my family for their support. They were always patient with me when I'd be constantly on the phone, night after night, discussing this partnership, talking to politicians, or easing the mind of a union member. I want to thank Jack Maskell. We've been together from the beginning through this. From the many meetings together, DC trips that were nothing but business, to just brainstorming daily. Thank you, my brother. There's no one I'd rather have gone to this fight with. We did it. And I told you how bad I hate to lose. And we won, brother. We won. To the guys from Clairton and ET that fought side by side with us from the beginning, it was an honor, and I'll never forget our journey. I want to thank the local mayors who have stood toe-to-toe with us from the beginning. We greatly appreciate it. Mayor Kelly, thank you, and thank you for your friendship, sir. I want to thank my union brothers and sisters for believing in us and trusting us to get this done. My campaign slogan when I ran for office was, "I will fight for you."
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. All right. Of course, the GOAT tuned in. It says, I just got here. God bless you, Genesis. God bless you too, Luke. I hope everyone is doing well. Shout out to Luke for the super chat. Yes. All right. Liberals, all they do is cry and complain and call hard-working Americans the uneducated. Incredible.
I hope that I've proven that to you. It was my honor. Selena Zito, thank you. From the wonderful articles you wrote and the social media posts and everything you have done behind the scenes, you are a rock star. Thank you. Senator Kim Ward, thank you for fighting for us as hard as you did. You were one feisty lady, and I say that with the utmost respect, and we appreciate it. The state of Pennsylvania and your constituents are so proud to have you represent us. Thank you. Chris Hall, just a small-town guy from Chalfont that made it out and wanted to give back to his community. Thank you for your words of wisdom and unwavering support for your community. You did a good thing. Congressman Dan Muser, you took our meeting in D.C. personally and never wavered after that meeting. You fought for us in public, and that means the world to us. We will never forget your support, and you can count on ours as well. Thank you. Mr. Maury, I love this guy. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns and always making yourself available to answer all of our questions. This man has been disrespected and didn't deserve that. And I feel horrible that that happened to you. We will do everything in our power to see that never happens again. You have my word. These investments are life-changing for all the men and women here today and for our communities. I personally look forward to working with you for years to come. Thank you. I want to thank the men from New York and D.C. that called me every day. Every day. They gave me breaking news, advice, and guidance through this process. You might have been behind the scenes, but you definitely had a hand in getting this partnership to the finish line. Paul, Curtis, Chris, thank you. U.S. Senator Dave McCormick. I met the senator at a Trump rally in Latrobe before we were both getting ready to speak. He introduced himself to me and asked about the Nippon merger and what I thought about it. Well, as you know, I'm pretty passionate about it and let him know that. He told me, after I win, you will be my first meeting. I was his first meeting. He kept his promise. He asked all the tough questions during the meeting, and he gathered the facts. We met again last week to touch base, and he took it from there. Without his help, this partnership doesn't get done. Thank you, Senator, from the bottom of my heart. And last but not least, President Trump. What can I say? I never doubted you'd be there for us when we needed you. When our international endorsed Harris, we decided to take a stand for what we believed was right. That was to come out publicly and boldly in support of you. Although we aren't public speakers, we tucked our fears aside and did what any proud American would do. We thank you every day for risking your life and laying it all on the line for this country. I knew you wouldn't let us down, and for that I will be forever grateful. From every steelworker that supports you and every family you saved, I want to say thank you, Mr. President, for making U.S. Steel great again. God bless America. God bless U.S. Steel. Thank you.
So my name is Don German. I am the plant manager for this Urban Works here. I had 35 years with U.S. Steel. I'm a first-generation U.S. Steel worker. It is an honor to host you, Mr. President, today. And let me tell you, it was a lot of work, but it was well worth it. I will always tell people that, you know, it is for the workers that are out on this floor. It is for our families that are out here who support us. It is for the community members in our community and our state and our country. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Good afternoon. As you know me, I'm Kurt Barshik. I'd like to tell Mr. President, the day I started at U.S. Steel, my supervisor at the blast furnace told me, "Kid, what are you doing here? Do you think this mill will be here? Look at Homestead. Look at Duquesne. They're not here. You're wasting your time." And I can stand here years later and think about our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren that are gonna have family-sustaining, good-paying jobs, all because of President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you.
Great people. These are great people. I want to just say, I mean, I just saw them. I think this is their 156th rally. I don't know what the hell their husbands are doing, but they come from North Carolina, the beautiful women of North Carolina. They're over here, and I just want to thank them very much for being here with us. It's been unbelievable. This is 126 or something like that. And, you know, they're happily married from what I understand, but I'll tell you what, that must be a little bit of a strain on the relationship. They've followed me all over the world for 9 years now. I go to so many rallies, and we appreciate it. It's called love, and there's so much love in this room. It's incredible. The men and women here today, they work every day to keep America powerful and strong, and for decades you watched as one globalist politician after the next sold you out and sent your dreams to China and to many other foreign countries, but now you finally have a president who's working for you and fighting for you, and we're going to be watching over you. This is going to be so successful. You're going to be so proud of this. This is going to be a very big day. I hope it's going to be one of the biggest days in your life. I don't want it to be the biggest, you know. You got married, you had children. I guess we got to give that to them and give that to you. But this is going to be truly one of the biggest days in your life. I feel sincerely, I have such confidence in this group of people. Since my election, we've created nearly 500,000 new jobs, including 10,000 manufacturing jobs, and those numbers are going through the roof. We're going to have close to $11 trillion invested in new investments in the United States, and you can look at other years. There's never been anything like that. And by the way, that's essentially in 2 months, not 4 months, because it took me a little time to get acclimated. But over the last 2.5 months, we're over $11 trillion is going to be coming. Apple is spending $500 billion to invest in America, not in China. NVIDIA, $500 billion. TSMC, if you look at this one, TSMC, and this is a company the biggest in the world for chips, $200 billion at least. Amazon, $4 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. Merck, Stellantis, General Motors are putting in billions and billions of dollars. We have it all done. It's going to be all with very little inflation. In fact, it was 2.1% in April, way down. You went through.
Okay. The GOAT strikes again. The GOAT strikes again. He says, wow, liberals really are bitter to the end. It's not a good look for the educated. Exactly. Liberals claim to be educated, but they're so bitter. Bitter people. Not a good look for the open-minded. Exactly. You guys claim to be open-minded. You claim to be the educated. And you claim that these people, these hardworking Americans, are the uneducated. Yet, they are the ones building America. Brick by brick, day by day, every single day. And here's a president who actually fights for the people. But you don't want that. You only care about bankruptcies, right? His father gave him all the money. It's not his problem that your father left you nothing. How is that his problem? You should blame your father for that.
Inflation that was probably the greatest inflation in the history of our country over the last 4 years. And now we have it down to around 2%. Grocery prices are down. Mortgage rates are down. Energy prices are down. And gasoline prices over Memorial Day weekend were the lowest they have been since 2003. Think of that. In fact, in a couple of states, gasoline, $1.98 a gallon. When have you heard that number lately? Income soared in April, up 0.8%, almost triple expectations, and we achieved the largest drop in consumer prices and the largest increase in consumer confidence since the pandemic, and actually probably about 20 years before the pandemic. Last month, we also cut the trade deficit in half, and that's the story of today. They can't believe it. The numbers just came. We cut, before we even get started, actually, we cut it in half, the trade deficit. And very importantly, have stopped the invasion of illegal aliens who are undercutting your wages and stealing your jobs. You saw that last month, 99.999%. Can you imagine? That was our cut. It's been, the border is closed, but it's open, and it'll always be open to people that want to come into our country legally. We want to have people come in legally, but we don't want to have them come in the way they're allowed to come in. We've ended the flood of criminals, gang members, murderers, drug dealers, and human traffickers, and we're sending them back to the places from which they came. And the future of American workers is only getting brighter. I said before, and I'll say it again, we have the hottest country right now in just 4 months, but actually you have to go back to November 5th. Since November 5th, that was election day, we had the greatest election victory, they say, in 129 years, the most consequential election in 129 years. I don't know what 129 years was, but we'll check it out later on. We'll find out. Must have been something pretty good. But we have the most consequential. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won the districts, 2,750 to 505. We're doing a job, and you're doing a job, and it's only because of you that we could have had that success. We're right now on the verge of passing the largest working-class tax cuts in American history. We got to get that beautiful, big bill, beautiful, beautiful as it is. We got to get it passed. The Senate, call your senators, and I'll tell you, you have great people representing you. Your senators, your congressmen, you have great people. Every single Democrat House member voted to impose the largest tax hike in history. The Democrats are voting for the largest, highest tax hike in history. I've never heard of it before. Meanwhile, our one big, beautiful bill will keep income taxes at the current rates and deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors. And we're going to make the interest payments, as you know, on cars. We're going to take the car payments, and we're going to make them, those interest payments, you buy a car, you borrow money. We're going to make interest payments tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America, and that means made with American steel and steel from U.S. Steel. And we're permanently expanding the child tax credit, and we're creating a special Trump account for every newborn child, starting them off with a $1,000 credit to be invested over the course of their life. A little baby is born, they're going to start off with $1,000. And if we do a good job of investing their money, we're going to go with one of the investing guidelines. Who the hell knows if they're any good, but they have a chance to be very rich. It's going to be very cute to see. We're going to follow it very closely. And critically, the bill includes the largest reductions to wasteful spending in a generation or more, slashing more than $1.6 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse. And the one big, beautiful bill, and get out there and get your congressmen and your senators and any other senator or congressman you know, get them to vote for it, because the Democrats are willing to vote against the biggest tax deduction or tax decrease in history. This is the biggest tax cut, think of it, in the history of our country. If it doesn't get approved, you're going to have a 68% tax increase. Lots of luck. And the Democrats would rather have you have a tax increase, think of that, of 68%. They would rather have that happen than vote for a bill where you get the biggest tax cut. So there's something wrong. You know, all my life I grow up, I watch politics, and I've always watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. These Democrats want to raise your taxes, and in theory, a 68% increase. One other thing I did, and you probably saw it last week, you know, we pay the highest drug prices and pharmaceutical prices anywhere in the world by far. Other countries pay sometimes 1/10 of what we pay. A pill that costs $20 We spend $200, $250, $270 in many cases. It's the most unfair thing I've ever seen. And last week I did what had to be done, and it wasn't easy against the biggest lobby anywhere probably in the world, most powerful lobby, the drug companies, and I'm not even calling them bad, but they were able to do things. They're going to be fine, by the way. They're going to just stabilize. But we're going to now call a favored nations where we will pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, and they have to match it. We will be cutting your drug bill by 85 and even 90%. You know, I was very proud in my first administration. You may have remembered, I called for a major press conference because we were the first, I was the first one in 28 years to lower drug prices. They were lowered 0.25% over a period of a year. And I was so proud of that because nobody had ever had an administration where...
I'm telling y'all, man, he's not called the GOAT. For sure, okay? He's the GOAT for a reason. Okay, so Luke says, Trump said winning would be his retribution. Dems said he would be a tyrant. Who has egg on their face now? Liberals. I hope Americans give him even more MAGA representatives this midterm election. And when people say MAGA, you know, some people think MAGA, the MAGA Republicans. It's actually Make America Great Again. Okay. And I believe for the midterms 2026, I think Republicans are going to do great as long as they stick to the plan that the 45th and now the 47th president said during his campaign, which for the most part, he's sticking to the script. They just have to stick to the script. Stick to the script. Fight for the people. Provide jobs for the people. High-paying jobs for the people. Cut taxes for hard-working Americans. And voila, 2026, 2028 is going to be successful for Republicans.
Prices of drugs went down 0.25%, not much. Now we're going to be lowering your drug costs by 90%, by 85%, by 75%, by numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. We will be paying equal to the lowest price of drugs and pharmaceuticals anywhere in the world. Have fun, because that's a lot of money. That's going to bring down Medicare. It's going to bring down the cost of, think of it, Medicaid. It's going to have an effect on everything, but it's going to have the biggest effect on your wallet. You're going to be saving a tremendous amount of money, and nobody else would do that but me. I have taken on some rather harsh critics over that because, again, that's the biggest lobby. They spend billions and billions and billions of dollars a year not to have that done. But I said it's really time to do it. So you're going to have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. With one big, beautiful bill, we will protect over 7 million jobs, raise take-home pay for American families by up to $13,000 per household, and reduce taxes for working-class Americans by as much as 13%. Those are big numbers. The bill will also remove 1.4 million illegal aliens from Medicaid and protect the programs for truly needy Americans. And it includes funding to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol agents and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people like you, these are heroes. The jobs they have done, they go into areas that are so dangerous, it's unbelievable, but they're tough, they're smart, and they love our country. So I want to just thank ICE, and I want to thank the Border Patrol, and I want to thank law enforcement in general. They've been incredible. Really incredible. And I'll never forget our firemen. I don't know if we have firemen here today, but we're never going to forget our firemen. They do a great job. Over the past 4 months, we've accomplished more than most administrations achieve in 4 years or even 8 years. We've done this in 4 months. We've done something on spirit and optimism and pride, which is sweeping across our land. And with the announcement, it's surging like never before here in Western Pennsylvania. Remember, the entire world is watching us today. I'm making a speech, and I have millions and millions. Look at all the fake news back there. Look at that. That's a lot of fake news, come to think of it. Now it's, they've been pretty good to us here. They've, gave us a reasonably accurate display. But all over the world, look at that. All over the world, they're watching your local region and how well it's doing and how well it's going to do. For generations, the workers of this region have always been there for our country when we needed you most. You built this country from Pittsburgh to Pottstown, from Bethlehem to Hopewell, and from Washington County to right here in Western Mifflin. The foundries and blast furnaces of Pennsylvania have smashed foreign armies, strengthened the hulls of the world's greatest navy, raised up majestic cities, won 2 world wars, and made America into the richest, strongest, and most powerful country on the face of the earth. And it's suffered greatly over the last 4 years, but we're going to get it back, and we're going to get it back fast. It's almost back already. It suffered, though. It suffered. I'm not going to make any excuses. It suffered with incompetent, radical left lunatics. But under our leadership, we're making it richer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. And that's why I want to thank you very much. And thank you, Prime Minister, and thank everybody. They all knew what was happening here. With the help of patriots like you, we're going to produce our own metal, unleash our own energy, secure our own future, build our country, control our destiny, and we are once again going to put Pennsylvania steel into the backbone of America like never before.
Thanks.
The golden age of America has only just begun, and together we are going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This right here is the greatest president the United States probably has ever seen or will ever see in a long time. I just don't understand why nobody gives him his flowers. Like somebody said in the chat, this man could find a cure to the most dangerous diseases, and nobody would give him his flowers. But the people admire him, they love him. The people give him his award, they give him his flowers. So if he doesn't win Pulitzer Prizes or whatever Nobel Peace Prize, who cares? Okay, who cares? All right, here we go. We just heard from the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States. Listen to the 46th. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, to the 46th.
Welcome back to Inside Politics. We were talking about whether or not Arlette Saenz was going to get the former President Biden to stop and talk. The answer is yes, she did. We're waiting to hear the entirety of his remarks. As we do, I'm going to talk to my terrific panelists here about the moment that we are in, first and foremost about the former president's health.
Yeah.
First off, I hope the former president gets well soon. You know, hopefully, because of his condition, they may find a cure to the big C, okay? Because by now, this is the greatest country in the world. This is my belief, okay? I believe the United States is the greatest country on the face of the earth. And by now, we should have a cure for the big C, okay? And with that being said, the legend, the GOAT, Luke, says, Genesis, remember when Kamala tried buying influence with media influencers? I told y'all Man, I don't even know if I should say it because YouTube does too much. Okay. I'm grateful for YouTube, but YouTube does too much. All right. He says Trump gets free coverage from us because the truth is more valuable. Our souls are thriving, Genesis. Mm. I'm going to say it. Okay. I'm just going to say it. Okay. I'm going to say it. I got a message on my Instagram from Kamala Harris's team. And it was like, you know, when she was campaigning, and all of a sudden on that live show, I got a strike. That was last year. And, I'd really never talk about it, but it is what it is. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to YouTube, yo. Before I get another one, shout out to YouTube, yo. Okay? Shout out to YouTube.
Couldn't hear everything as it was coming in, so we'll hear it play out, Dana. But he seemed to be in a positive outlook about the diagnosis, and we'll hear what he has to say that. But he suggested to Arlette that treatment has started, and he said that he had a pretty optimistic outlook. I want to hear him talk more about that, of course, but also the moment we find ourselves in with a former president. Obviously, all the reporting that has gone on about Democrats and what they were thinking serving in his administration, some outside at the time of his decision to run for re-election, and now sort of looking back on that. It's hard to remember a time where 6 months out from office, a former president was still as much sort of a part of the central news conversation going on in American politics as Joe Biden is right now.
And it's not just from the reporting, it's also from the current president himself. Not a week goes by, barely a couple days go by.
Jasmine, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are now able to go to it. Listen to the exchange that former President Biden had with our own Arlette Saenz in its entirety.
Here we go.
You look good. You look good.
Well, the prognosis is good. And, we're working on everything. It's moving along. So I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have, and they're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill, and for the next 6 weeks, and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I hadn't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
Sir, why
I feel
was it
like everybody
important?
Sorry.
I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year, at the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
What is he about? What? Was he about to kiss her? Man. Oh my goodness. Was he about to kiss the reporter? What in the world going on here, Joe? Yeah, Joe. You finally beat Medicaid, yo. Joe beat Medicaid. Was he about to kiss the reporter?
I'm loyal. I do it every damn year, at the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect of you today, and then you get here and you're speaking powerfully. You look good. You're confident. What do you say to all those people? Don't count you out.
Well, I said lots of luck in their senior year.
What has this been like for your family? Obviously, this is also an emotional time. This is the 10-year anniversary of your son, Bo's passing. You received this diagnosis just 2 weeks before that.
Well, we're all optimistic about the diagnosis. Matter of fact, one of the leading surgeons in the world was working with me. And he had diagnosed with the same exact thing 32 years ago. He's alive and well, doing very well. So we're optimistic. We're optimistic.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent, and I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Do you want to reply to any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
Do you have any regrets?
No, I don't have any regrets. Look, there's a lot going on, and I think we're in a really difficult moment, not only in American history, but in world history. I think we're at one of those inflection points in history, where the decisions we make in the next little bit are going to determine what things look like for the next 20 years. I've been talking about that for a long time, and I'm very proud. I'll put my record as president against any president at all. You notice the 10 leading presidential historians rated me pretty good up on that list, and the guy I ran against, I rated him the last. So we'll see.
So you had
Watch me.
You have your grandson with you today. What's it mean to have your family here and be able to look out at him while you're talking?
It feels good. Look, that's my son Bo's son. And Bo started coming here with me about the same age. So it's, he wanted to be where his dad had been and what he's doing. He just graduated from high school. He's going off to college in the fall, and I'm really proud of him. And he is the son of his father. So,
do you have anything to say to the press secretary?
Okay, we heard for the first time there from former President Biden, first of all, about his treatment, saying that he takes a pill and that he is being treated by a surgeon who also had prostate cancer and is, he said, still around, and fought back against the questions and reporting about the issues relating to his ability to be president, to his cognitive ability, to his mental ability, to his physical ability when he was still in the White House.
Yeah, Lord. Yeah, Lord. Save us from this man.
A ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court.
The justices will allow the Trump administration to end deportation protections for 500,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupic joins us now. What more do we know about this, Joan?
Good to see you, Pamela and Wolf. This is the second time in this month that the Supreme Court has intervened in a case at an early stage and said that the Trump administration can start rolling back deportation protections for certain groups of migrants. As you said, this one involves Cuban, Haitian, Venezuelan, and Nicaraguan migrants who are here, nearly 500,000 people who had been granted a type of humanitarian parole during the Biden administration. But the humanitarian protections here go all the way back to the 1950s. But for this group of migrants, that has now been lifted. And the merits of the case will continue in lower courts, Pamela. But for now, it really gives the green light for the Trump administration to begin deporting people. And earlier this month, there were hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans who were at stake in a separate temporary protected status case who also lost at this initial stage. The Supreme Court's order was not signed. There was no explanation. Only 2 justices broke off to dissent, liberals Sonia Sotomayor and Ketanji Brown Jackson. But certainly what the Trump administration has been getting, at least in these types of deportation cases, is a green light from the Supreme Court. As you know, an administration has broad powers over immigration, but the legal issues go to how quickly they can roll back things, if there's been sufficient notice, whether they've followed proper procedures, and those questions will continue. But for now, it's definitely a win for the Trump administration.
For the second time this month, the U.S. Supreme Court has handed the Trump administration a win in its battle against immigration. Happening a short time ago, the court said it would allow the Trump administration to suspend a Biden-era program that allowed 500,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela to work and live in the United States temporarily. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff had this to say about the ruling.
It is not the job of a district court judge to perform an individual green light or red light on every single policy that the president takes as the head of the executive branch. This is the most litigated issue over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, whether or not to deport the foreigners who invaded our country illegally. That is the most litigated issue. You want a democracy in this country? When Americans vote, when they cry out and they beg for a president to come and save them from this invasion, and some district court judge in San Francisco or Manhattan or Los Angeles tries to shut it down and shield these foreigners from deportation,
Priscilla Alvarez joins us now live from Washington with the details. So we're talking about 500,000 immigrants here who came to the United States and were accepted under President Biden under the guise of humanitarian parole is their status. Now they're going to lose their work permits, Priscilla. And what does that mean in terms of their status here? Are they going to have to leave immediately?
Well, Bianna, this is certainly a major blow to the nationals of those four countries, but we should know that there were some or many of these migrants that once they arrived to the United States through this parole program sought other forms of protection and immigration relief. This is particularly true with Cubans as well as some of these other nationalities, because again, while the parole program allowed them to be vetted and come through to the United States in an organized way, that's the way the Biden administration had framed it. When they were here, they could apply to other forms of relief. We just don't have that number. But all the same, it will impact, again, these four nationalities in the United States. Now, what the Supreme Court ruled here is that the administration could end these deportation protections. It wasn't the final decision. This is going to continue in the lower courts. And two of the liberal justices dissented in this decision. But in addition to that, this has been a program that was the target of Republicans during the Biden administration, because even though this has been an existing authority, this being parole, Republicans argued that former President Joe Biden overreached when he allowed these nationalities to come to the United States via this program, or rather an authority that was supposed to be done in a case-by-case basis. Now, this program, just to give viewers a background as to what needed to happen here, individuals would be vetted to come to the United States. They also had to have a sponsor in the United States, so some tie in the United States already to come through this program. And as you mentioned there at the top, nearly 500,000 people benefited from it. Now, this, again, we will try to get numbers as to how many remain in this program that could be impacted, but it was supposed to be a 2-year program for them to live and work in the United States legally. Now, as you also mentioned, this is the second time the Supreme Court has sided with the administration. The administration, of course, peeling back many of the deportation protections that were issued under the Biden administration, and as a result, hundreds of thousands of people will now be without papers in the United States, which of course could make them eligible for deportation. All of this, of course, Bianna, as we've learned from sources, that there is now yet another push by the White House to arrest far more people, 3,000 people a day, as they try to execute on those lofty goals set by the president, 1 million deportations annually. So all of this is happening against the backdrop of this immense pressure by the White House to execute more immigration arrests and deportations. And certainly more people may fall in the crosshairs of those operations following today's Supreme Court ruling.
All right, Priscilla Alvarez in Washington for us. Thank you.
All right.
The World Boxing Organization just announced it will mandate genetics.
All right. So while Donald Trump is fighting for hardworking Americans, here's what Californians are talking about. Okay.
Sex testing of all competitors. The group says it's part of a new policy to determine the eligibility of male and female athletes and designed to ensure, quote, the safety of all participants and deliver a competitive level playing field. World Boxing also sent a letter to the Algerian Boxing Federation stating that Olympic gold medalist Iman Khalif must undergo a genetic sex screening if she wants to compete in the female category at an event next month in the Netherlands or any other competition that it sanctions. The uproar over transgender athletes competing in girls' youth sports is clouding the weekend state track and field championships in California. Protesters there are expected to rally against A.B. Hernandez, a transgender high school student who will compete after winning the girls' long jump and triple jump. Her advance to the championship meet and the public backlash that it's prompted has led state high school sports officials to change the rules. They will now allow additional athletes to qualify for the state meet if they'd been bumped out of a spot by a transgender girl. The controversy even led President Donald Trump to threaten to withhold federal funding from California.
Okay, the GOAT strikes again. Luke says, I love how Trump has endured liberal media and prevailed against them. CNN really puts their game face on when it comes to spinning Trump news. The fact is, CNN, the fact is, CNN needs Trump. I'm telling y'all. CNN needs Trump, yo. They actually need Trump. They need Trump for their ratings. It's the facts. He gives them something to talk about. Every day, he's working back to back to back to back. They've never seen a president who's working this hard. Even when he wasn't in the White House, they were covering Trump more than Biden. That's how you know. They covered Trump more than Biden while Biden was the president of the United States. Incredible.
For allowing her to compete. Let's take you now live to Clovis, California, where the meet is set to take place with CNN's Julia Vargas. So, Julia, what can we expect from today's competition?
Well, Boris, it's going to be an interesting award ceremony if AB places in any of the 3 events that she's qualified to compete in. Not only will those extra slots be added for the cisgender students that don't make it, they will also have extra medals, basically duplicate medals for the student that would have placed had she not been there. The Federation will also give the medal, they say, to a biological female student athlete who would have earned the specific placement on the podium. They will also be awarded a medal for that place. Now, California has allowed transgender student athletes in the high school level to participate in the gender that they identify with since 2013. But now the Justice Department is taking a look, investigating that law to see if it is a violation of Title IX, the federal law that bans sex-based discrimination for schools that receive any kind of federal funding. Governor Gavin Newsom said that these changes that the Federation has made, they are already a reasonable compromise, even though we know that in March, he did say that the participation of trans girls in sports is raising an issue of fairness. And that concern, it is echoed by parents, especially here in the Clovis area, where we heard from an organization called the California Family Council. They are a conservative organization, and they say that basically these new policies, they don't go far enough, and that they are ignoring the, quote, fundamental biological differences between men and women. Take a listen.
Today, I call on CIF to do the right thing. Updates 1 and 2 were not enough, but the 3rd time can be the charm. Remove biological boys from girls' sports and restore the integrity of our girls' divisions.
Facts.
Now, A.B. Hernandez and her mother have both defended repeatedly her ability to be here. They say that she identifies as a girl and that she also needs protection, just like these other teen girls. They spoke at different meetings of the school board trying to defend that. Now, we are expecting some protesters to come here.
What? What? Yeah, Jesus. Dear Lord. Dear baby Jesus. Save us. Save us. Because only you, God, can save us. What in the world is going on? So because a child identifies as this, you say it's okay. The same child cannot vote. The same child cannot get a cigarette. The same child can possibly not get a tattoo. But yet, oh, I want to be a guy. I'm not a girl. Mama, I'm a guy. Please. Okay, baby. You're a guy. This is why Democrat lost the election in 2024. And this is why they'll lose in 2026 and 2028. What are you talking about?
Today, Boris, and as we go forward in the championship and the finals tomorrow, it's only expected to be more heated.
Julia Vargas Jones, live for us in Clovis. Thank you so much for the update. Brianna?
And joining us now is attorney Julie Hamill, who is the president and founder of the California Justice Center. Her group opposes transgender athletes competing in girls' youth sports.
That's it. Let's go to serious issues.
Well,
let's talk about serious issues. That's not even serious issues. Because what are you talking about?
Just under 90 minutes away from a news conference with President Trump and senior advisor Elon Musk. It's Musk's last day as a special government employee, and President Trump says he's done a terrific job in slimming down our very bloated government. We'll bring that to you live as soon as we have it. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Compagno, and also joining us today, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Riley Gaines, Outkick contributor and host of Gaines for Girls on Outkick, and Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Now we begin with a temporary legal victory for the Trump administration after two lower courts struck down the president's authority to impose sweeping global tariffs. An appeals court said Trump's tariff agenda could continue while the administration tries to fight those decisions. Now, in the meantime, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the White House is exploring other ways to carry out the president's agenda. Watch.
The president's trade policy will continue. We will comply with the court orders, but yes, the president has other legal authorities where he can implement tariffs.
So has the administration then reached the point where you are actually asking your economic advisors to start reviewing other avenues to implement the president's trade policy, or do you want to just see this legal process take place for now?
We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are doing both. The president has other legal authorities he can use to implement tariffs, and the administration is willing to use those.
And the president reacting to the ruling against his tariff agenda on Truth Social, saying this, quote, "Where do these initial three judges come from? How is it possible for them to have potentially done such damage to the United States of America? Is it purely a hatred of Trump? What other reason could it be?" He continued, "The ruling by the U.S. Court of International Trade is so wrong and so political. Hopefully, the Supreme Court will reverse this horrible, country-threatening decision quickly and decisively." Kevin, so we've been talking about this together for the last couple of days. What do you make of this last development and of the situation in general?
I think the market is taking it in stride now in terms of the negotiations going on with places like the EU, India, Japan, Canada, Mexico. They haven't stopped. The teams are still in Washington. They understand Trump has other leverage, that he's going to stay on this mandate around trade. The market has decided we're going to end up in a reciprocal 10%. That's what it thinks right now with all those countries. The other stack that also blew up this morning was Trump about China. As you know, in Geneva a few weeks ago, they talked about reducing tariffs and allowing certain elements like magnets and rare earth and everything else to come in. They haven't complied with that. The Chinese don't play by the rules. They never have since the 2000. What they've learned is there's no consequence. Every administration for a long time has always let China do whatever they want. That's their knee-jerk reaction. That's what they expect Trump's going to do. That's not happening. Trump is continuing to squeeze Chinese heads, and he's not going to stop. And I think they're starting to get that message. And that's very important because we haven't done anything in 40 years with these guys. They cheat, they steal, they rip off IP. They don't play by the rules at all. They don't even care. They don't give a poop. That's the way I like to put it.
Language.
And I actually, I do business there, and I understand how it's worked for a long time. I applaud this administration. I applaud the China policy. Keep squeezing Chinese heads. Don't stop until these guys come to the table and play by the rules. It's that simple.
And Kennedy, talk to us about the sort of broader implications. So we know that original court decision, it only affected that portion of tariffs under the IAEP. But to Kevin's point, it was a big leverage tool and it was a big fundamental component of the president's tariff agenda. So now that the courts have stayed that lower ruling, can we proceed with the president using it as leverage, as a good tool for all our benefit?
Well, I think Democrats watching this should hope that the process gets to see itself out, because if it's not going to be this mechanism, if it's not going to be the president using some emergency powers or using some executive order, then if it's going to go through the Senate and the Senate punted on that and they didn't take that up,
then what will the mechanism be? And, if any Democrat, and they're all thinking about running for president now, any Democrat looking at this will probably want this power structure to stay in place so they have as much power when they ascend to the presidency. That's why I'm always curious when people just for political reasons are trying to take apart what is in the process of being built, and therefore it's very fragile because the cement hasn't set yet. I'm very curious that they wouldn't want the same kind of power for themselves to see their agenda through. And if that's not acceptable, then we have to figure out what the rule book is. And if we're going to do that, then you have to let it play out through the entire court system.
And to Kennedy's point, that's what Caroline Leavitt said. She specifically pointed out, look, this is a congressional arena to determine the politics of this, not the courts, number one. And number two, the Senate declined to prevent this from happening, thereby supporting it implicitly. So will the final say now be the Supreme Court? And how do you see this going?
It's pretty likely that it'll end up in the Supreme Court, and I think this is fascinating. The president says, is this about hatred of him, of Trump himself? Is this political? And the real question is, what does this mean broadly for the negotiations that are ongoing? Kevin, I was relieved to hear you talk about how the market has kind of figured this out, giving everything a little breathing space. But globally, it's very concerning to see courts stepping in on something, particularly when at the core of this president, he uses economics for peace. He talked about that in his interview with Bret Baier, that this was part of who he is, how he governs. So this is going to the heart of the president, what he wants to accomplish, not just on the global scale, not just for Americans here. So we'll see what happens.
And Riley, let's talk about messaging. Like I've noticed that the mainstream media, the far left, likes to crow about these decisions that are at the lower level that are often and most times reversed by the Supreme Court, thereby locking into place the Trump administration's approach to begin with. So how do you see this playing out in the public eye?
Well, yeah, then I'm with President Trump, who says, where in the world did these judges come from? Can't they just let the president do his job? I would imagine when these lower level courts or these judges make these decisions, it emboldens countries like China. They see the actions that are happening here. They've been taking advantage of us for years, and they see this happening. Therefore, they want to continue taking advantage of us in the ways that they have been. It's amazing to me that a handful of judges with zero public mandate, we didn't vote for these people, can overrule the votes of 77 million Americans. And it was made very clear on November 5th that this is what Americans overwhelmingly turned out to the polls, to the ballot box to vote for. A guy who has again, made it his mission. It was part of his policy to make a rich, prosperous, successful, stronger nation. Mr. Wonderful knows something about that. And what these judges are doing are overruling the will of the people. And then I think the question is, what's the point of an election at that point?
Okay. Y'all want to keep going? All right, let's do like 2-3 more. All right, here we go. Don Bongino.
For those of you who've served in government, I see the shrug from Ashley. I know plenty of people, when they have those jobs, 6 to 7 those are good hours.
That's right. That's right. I guess government employees do work hard, huh? They don't need to be doged as much. Look, I mean, I'm glad he's acknowledging that this work is hard work, that the people that do it are actually committed and public servants. But this is the smallest violin I'm playing for him.
By the way, when you serve in politics, you need thick skin because it's not like celebrity or something. 50% of the population hates you, and some of them, small fringe, want to kill you. It doesn't matter what party you're in. It's a tough gig. And so I admire anybody that serves regardless of their party. They get in there, they get blowtorched the first day. And I think it's a lesson in life. But you got to have the kahunas to do that. You want to really do that.
He was one of the people when he was on the outside who was basically lambasting the people who worked where he is working right now. And one of the reasons that
maybe it's karma coming back at him.
I mean, look, one of the reasons he's so frustrated is because his own people are upset that Patel and Bongino are not doubling down on the conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein and so on and so forth. That's why.
Isn't this what you want out of a public servant? Someone who's willing to go in, look at a situation, analyze the facts, and then be willing to tell even your own people hard truths? I mean, I think we ought to be applauding this. First of all, he's being real. These jobs are hard, and I agree. Public service is not easy, and it does take a toll on families. But more importantly here, look what he's being criticized for. Analysis and truth-telling, even when he knows he's going to get criticism from his own side of the ball. So, look, I've been a fan of this appointment. I like Kash Patel as well. And, they've been in a short period of time. They've been put in some tough situations. But I still think most Republicans have confidence in these picks. And I think these kinds of interviews, like showing the real side of it, are actually helpful.
I mean, to your point earlier, though, wouldn't it be nice if he said, I regret my role
That's right.
in pushing these conspiracies. And I was wrong. And I wish that I had not done that, because now he has a bunch of people, Alex Jones, Glenn Beck, Tucker Carlson, all asking, where's the beef? And the truth is, it was never there to begin with.
And they're like the dog that caught the car, because now they're saying, why are you being mean to me, even though they'd spent decades on their online shows talking about what they thought the government should be doing or what should be there. And when they go in, whether it's analysis and say that we haven't found anything, but we're going to keep looking. And I was watching the interview when we sent around the clips, and he was saying how, and he still, and this is what kind of bothered me, laying some meat out there for folks like, well, there could be this thing, and we're looking at this thing, and I don't want to mention any of the three cases, and it just gets people on his side riled up again to be disappointed in him.
On the other hand, Jeffrey Epstein is still dead.
Every day.
Yeah.
Look, one of the other parts of this, in that clip that we showed at the beginning, he's talking about the toll that it's taken on his family, which is a legitimate question. Sure. Amy McGrath, a former Senate candidate from Kentucky as well. Scott's familiar.
She lost by like 20 points.
She says this, I mean, can you imagine if a woman FBI director had made these comments? I'm not against showing emotion or one's personal side, but there is no way a woman in this position could say these things and not just be crushed for it. It's a fair question.
Where's the lie? It's true. Like, okay, we're
all waiting for you on this one.
Let's just say anybody, if it was a Democrat and was like, oh, I'm working so hard, feel sorry for me, you guys would make fun of him, talk about jazz hands, right? Like you like to talk about people. I don't buy it. He's now reaping what he's sowing. He should do what you say, Abby, and say, like, I might have opened a can of worms that I've investigated. There's no truth, these conspiracy theories. But
can I translate, suck it up and stop whining? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, look, if you were, I think that there is some truth to the idea that if any woman, in a Trump appointee, Biden appointee, Obama appointee, in one of
Member of Congress.
Yeah, member of Congress, in one of these high-profile jobs, if they're going on national TV and complaining about how many hours they have to work, if you are a woman doing that,
forget government.
I don't know.
Doctor, nurse, mom, like anyone, the burden.
That's not how I read the interview. What I understood him to be saying was he was getting criticism from people saying, well, you're not working hard enough, or you're not in the office enough, or whatever it was. And he was simply saying, no, I can attest, we're in the office all the time. I didn't read it as whining or a bid for sympathy. I just read it as him answering the critics.
Actually, we could watch the interview again if you guys want to watch it. But what Don Bongino was talking about was how hard it is on his wife and family. He wasn't saying on himself and how hard he has to work or long hours he has to work. He was mostly talking about how this position that he's accepted was hard on his wife and kids, which that's normal. I mean, he should be able to say that. It's not a robot.
Who were saying, you guys aren't putting in enough hours to get to the bottom of these things.
That's human. He looked like a human being under stress. That's kind of cool.
That's definitely part of it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that there is grace enough for him to be a human being under stress. But welcome to Washington, Mr. Bongino.
Oof. There we go.
In general, I think this rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But in the context of politics, the reason Ro Khanna is speaking up about this is because I think he sees this as one of the things that regular Americans look at and say, why are we doing this?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, I don't know how you define regular Americans, but I think for the millions of educators out there, they can tell you that grading equity actually does help with making sure that students understand the curriculum they're being taught. This is pedagogy lending itself to making sure comprehension matters. I'll be honest, in my perspective, when I was reading about this, I spent some time at the National Education Association, so it's a policy that I'm familiar with. And when I was reading about this, I passed math. I was horrible at math. And I used to volunteer to clean the boards and clean the erasers and everything just to get extra credit to pass math. But if you ask me the square root of something, it might not work. I did not understand the curriculum, but I knew if I worked hard and appealed, then maybe I would pass. When I look at these kids post-COVID, most kids are not on reading level. They're not understanding what they're learning. And so if you can make sure, instead of giving a point system or a grade, and you can make sure, hey, I want to make sure that you can intellectually process the information you're receiving, repeat it back to me and understand it, I'm okay for that. All the AI has made it easy for kids to cheat. All the things that the Republicans are attacking, these fake culture wars, or they're attacking CRT, they're not learning.
California stays at the top of the idiot index. Either you can read and do math or you can't. That's how we advance our students. I mean, I can't believe this is such a stupid idea, and they continue to bring these things forward. No wonder it's a wasteland.
Let me tell you,
San Francisco, California is a wasteland. This is more stupidity. Somebody should put up their hand right now saying, you guys are idiots. Don't do that.
The 10 Commandments in the school, they're teaching conspiracy theories. In Oklahoma, in my state, we're ranked 49th and 50th in education. We have a MAGA supermajority.
So Oklahoma and San Francisco have bad schools in common.
So
in San Francisco,
listen, I don't think that is the answer either. I just think that we need to do something about education. This generation, my youngest son just graduated from high school last week, and they were raised by cell phones, and they need to learn to advocate for themselves. They need to have autonomy, and I don't know what the right answer is.
Isn't that an argument, though? I'll let you in a second. But
sure, sorry.
Look, I'm listening to Tiffany saying, okay, when I was in school, I did extra credit so I could pass math. Isn't that an argument for teaching kids not just the content, which you'll never do a square root in your adult life? So, whatever. I mean, not, okay. Me over here, I'm not doing square root.
Your daughter's going to watch this one day, Abby.
But you're not going to do a square root, but you do need to learn how to complete your assignments on time. You do need to learn how to raise your hand and answer a question. You do need to learn those things that they're not expecting kids to do, apparently, according to this system. I'm not understanding that part.
I understand everything Tiffany just said. Hard work, you didn't get it, you kept putting that stuff forward, and the teacher helped you. That matters as you get older, you get a job, and maybe you're not quite as efficient on a particular area. Your manager will say, okay, you know what, this is a good person, they're working hard, let's help them figure this out. That's a different thing, I would say, Tiffany, than saying we're going to completely change the grading structure. And I really worry about the implications on poor kids, particularly black kids, specifically black boys, who are falling way behind black women in terms of academic attainment. In public schools, so I would never support this.
So, I looked this up. There's a pretty Tony private school in New York where they don't have grades, okay? It's very similar to this. They don't have grades because they evaluate kids differently. But I went to public school. I know the difference between a public school and a private school. And the difference is mainly who is going to make sure that when you get a 0 or on that first test, they don't have grades because they evaluate kids differently. But I went to public school. I know the difference between a public school and a private school. And the difference is mainly who is going to make sure that when you get a 0 or on that first test, that you are actually on the second try learning the material. And I am not sure that's...
Does the grade system now do that, though?
I don't know that the grading system does. And I want to acknowledge a lot of the points you made. I went and looked at the program as well, and there are dimensions of it that I think could actually be credible. I think the challenge, particularly in San Francisco, is this is the same school system that was eradicating higher level mathematics because they just imagine that, well, we need more equity in the schools and a lot of our kids will never go on to do algebra 2 or calculus, so we'll just stop teaching it. The soft bigotry of low expectations, I think that was a George W. Bush phrase, it's never been soft.
I agree with that, but then when you think about things like AI coming into our education, or A1 as our idiotic education secretary would call it, it makes it easier for kids to cheat. Your colleague Jake Tapper did a story on that earlier today. And so I do wonder then, how are we ensuring that kids are learning what the information they're consuming, it not just committing it to memory, but intellectualizing
Well, I think
that's
a real question. I think the challenge is that so many school systems have actually used DEI and equity as an opportunity to essentially dodge the responsibility for doing the really hard work of remediation,
Jennifer,
which is what's necessary.
Can I ask you, on the politics of this, this is the type of thing that I think some Democrats say we need to move away from, because it's the way it's hitting the ears of a lot of parents is you all are so committed to equity in quotation marks that you want to just eliminate standards altogether. Do you think politically it's a mistake? I mean, this was halted for a reason in part.
I do think it's a mistake because I live in the backlash of this. And the backlash of this, when you have a MAGA supermajority, we had a Democratic governor in 2011. We were ranked 19th in the country in education. Since then, we've had MAGA supermajorities. We're ranked 49th or 50th, depending on where you look at it. And it gets crazier and crazier and crazier. And I think there's a backlash to these policies, and it hurts people. And then you have this breeding grounds for Christian nationalism, which is happening in Oklahoma. 10 Commandments, school superintendent buying Trump Bibles, teaching conspiracy theories. This is happening, and this is not helpful.
I mean, what
for
she's
children.
saying is true.
Yeah.
I mean, they are trying to bring, Trump literally into the schools as if that is something that kids need to learn. Even the 10th Commandments. I mean, look, you can argue about biblical teaching or whatever, but in the schools, I'm not sure that is lending itself to the kind of rigorous academic
I want to
learning.
make a comment about education. I spent my whole early career in math and reading scores, the Learning Company. 110,000 school buildings in this country. Parents don't care about politics. They would like to see their children advance to have the opportunity, if they wish, to go to college. The only way they get there is to pass through the gates of math and reading scores. They still remain the same in this country. It's not about politics, it's about teaching. We have very low productivity in this country on the amount of money we spend in teaching mandates. Every time I bring this up, it's a poo-poo storm that I get into. But because we have teachers...
Thank you for tuning into the live show. The GOAT strikes again. Luke, here we go. Luke says, oh wow, she went to public school. She's so relatable. Ha ha. She also makes tens of thousands for each day she's at work for one segment. So relatable. This is America. Okay, this is the greatest country in the world. And when people try to race bait, which they're not doing right here, but they have, and she has, but she's working on a network like CNN, arguably one of the greatest news station on earth. You may like them, you may not like them, regardless of how you feel. It's the facts, okay? If you're talking about news outlet in the world, CNN comes top 5, like on earth. So she gets her segment here on CNN, and she went to a public school. So really, only in America, man, only in America, you have the opportunity to become your wildest dreams in this land right here in America. This is why when I say America is the greatest nation on earth, I wasn't born in the United States. It took me 5 years to become an American citizen. But I have the opportunity to live the American dream. I have the opportunity to connect with individuals like you guys right now. Think about it. This is the land of opportunity, okay? This is the land of opportunity. If you put your head down, work hard, focus on yourself, take care of your family, especially your kids, okay? Fathers, like I always say, fathers, take care of your kids and be a good person. This is the United States. This is the greatest country on the face of the earth. You will shine. That's just how it is.
Teachers' unions, we don't filter out the weak ones, the horrible teachers, the ones that don't care about advancing children. There are thousands of them.
That's
the unions,
so terrible to
the
tackle
teachers' unions
teachers.
are
Yeah,
eradicated.
right. Teachers are the problem. Is that where we're going?
But you would think the teachers' unions would actually be against this in San Francisco. Why would any teacher support this? This isn't equity for poor or black kids, so we're behind.
A very last word for you, and
that
then
doesn't make any sense.
We're talking about the extreme on both sides, but parents in Oklahoma do care about politics, and a lot of them are for this now because they have politicized and turned people
rather
against
than advancing their child.
Politics
yes,
impact the
they
class.
have.
They'd rather
Read the
worry
data.
about
You're a big
politics
data guy.
than
Read
passing
it.
their child
Yes, they do. They are riled
I'm having
up,
a hard time with that one.
approaching teachers. This is happening in red states all over the place. They're not interested in an objective education for their children. They want a Christian nationalist education. This is dangerous. It's not democracy.
All right, we got to leave.
Cap on cap. That's all this talk about. Cap on cap.
CNN's John King is still here at the desk with me, but he just came back from Allentown, Pennsylvania to hear how voters see things today.
And concerning education, I have a 5-year-old daughter. For the most part, she has been homeschooled because while she was like 2 years old, we took her to daycare, and I never wanted her to go to daycare, but it is what it is. When she got there, she was already way smarter, way sharper, advanced than most of those kids there. However, she was picking up attitudes and language from these other kids that, parents have a lot to do with kids. Okay. If you talk wrongly around your kids, like language, things that you're not supposed to say, like cursing around your kids, and you're not speaking proper English around your kid, that's how they're gonna talk. That's how they're gonna go out there and present themselves. So my daughter comes home and she's saying like wrong English, and I'm like, yo, baby, that's not how to talk. And I'm figuring out that she's actually getting worse going to school. No, no, no. No. Okay. No. So she's been homeschooled ever since then. And every time we go out, people say, what school does she attend? I'm like, she's homeschooled. She goes to gymnastics, she does tennis, she goes to swim school. She's homeschooled. And I make sure to put her in those activities because I don't want her just sitting in front of the TV. And she has a phone that her grandma got her, but I never let her touch it. Because what is a 5-year-old going to be doing with a phone? As you can see, the phone is right here on my desk. She's never allowed to touch a phone. Why do you need a phone? But I get it. The culture is different. Okay. Her grandma thinks having a phone is cool, but to me, I am a father. You're not going to give a 5-year-old a phone. She doesn't need a phone. Who is she going to be talking to? You? You could call me. She's going to talk to you on my phone. You see what I mean? That's why I always say, fathers, take care of your kids. You better take care of your kids because if you don't, the world will take care of your kids for you. And when the world does it for you, it's over.
Lehigh Valley is a blue-collar battleground. Reminders everywhere of America's manufacturing glory days and of today's big economic challenges. ProDart is a small family business. Todd Harder, the boss. His parents among the workers, trying to keep things going.
So we're kind of slow right now. The money's tight. People are complaining that the rent's really high in a lot of places. Just the cash flow isn't there. So I think everybody's starting to become a little more conservative on spending right now.
Just a handful of employees now, 14 when business was better. Harder voted for Donald Trump. Hears him promise tariffs will bring a new manufacturing boom. But sees the opposite so far.
My generation, right now, it's not going to impact, it's going to hurt us. But in the future, for the next generation, it might possibly help them out. But it's impacting the people that are here now, today. You know, that's my thing.
In a not good way.
In a not good way.
This is Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district. Allentown, Bethlehem, Easton. More rural as you head north and west. Trump won it narrowly last year, and voters like Harder also helped flip the House seat from blue to red. But Harder isn't sure he will vote for the new Republican congressman again. Not sure he will vote at all. He is 55, but had never voted until this past November.
You have men on men kissing and everything else and all the transgenders. You didn't have that before. You know, there is a God. I'm Catholic. I was just so disgusted just how everything is in this world. You know, it's just going to crap.
You going to stay?
Am I going to stay in America?
You're going to stay as a voter?
If I feel that things are running properly, yes. If I don't see anything changing, then it really doesn't matter what my vote is.
I just think that I now have a way of helping.
Michelle Rios is on the other side of the MAGA culture wars. She helps run a DEI program at a local college, helps students with questions ranging from financial aid and tutoring to rumors about immigration crackdowns.
Coming from a immigrant household, being a first-gen student, being a woman of color, being Latina, I know that my purpose is...
Another thing I wanted to say is, no matter what school your child goes to, it is your responsibility to take care of your kids educationally, okay? Because I don't want to be that father that just sends my kid to school and then the school and the teachers indoctrinate her for what, 7 hours? And when she comes home, I don't log in enough hours to counteract every BS she has been taught. You're just going to have a computer, a programmed computer that would be mostly useless to you. I don't want that, okay? My child education is my responsibility, okay? Of course, I'm not going to be able to do everything. I'm going to hire teachers, science teachers, language, art. That's my job, okay? And I'm not going to leave her education to those people. I want to know what you're doing. I want to be involved. You're not going to be telling my daughter, it's okay, you could be a man. What? Because that's what you get when you look away. Never look away from your kids. I never look away. I'm like a hawk. I'm hawking over my daughter. There's no way I'm looking away because I don't trust any of these folks around my little girl, okay?
Is to serve. And so it really is a struggle when there are things preventing that.
Rios worries about funding cuts for DEI programs and also to nonprofits she works with in the bustling Latino community here, like this food bank.
Then it just instills fear, and I think that's essentially what the last few months have done to people.
If you had 1 minute with President Trump, what would you say?
I don't think I would want a minute.
Man, you won 2 hours. Okay, here we go. Look, the GOAT says, I also agree with Tap. Yes, Tap has been making a lot of sense. Shout out to Tap. Unfortunately, college is the vetting process for teachers. College has a negative view of American culture. And that's another thing. I teach my daughter to love America. Okay? But most people, most Americans, don't even love America. I'm teaching my daughter to believe and understand that this is the greatest country on earth. And then somebody else is saying, well, you know, America is not the greatest country. What? Why are you her teacher? Heck no.
That's just being honest. There's a lot of things that come to mind, but I just don't think I would know where to start.
She was a student in Trump's first term and says she was constantly on edge. She is trying to stay more calm now, trying to better understand the big jump in Trump's Latino support here.
It has to do a little bit with like Latino culture. Sometimes we, don't want to see, women in a certain position or talk to someone that can help you understand information, but not leaving it up to social media, because I think that's also what made a big difference.
Do you have gym or art?
Family time is what Gerard Babb cherishes most. Babb works here on the Mack truck assembly line. Mack is one of the area's largest employers and says as many as 350 layoffs are coming soon. Babb is fairly low on the seniority list.
I was at 171 when they first announced. Now I'm at 218.
So you're trying to get to what, 350?
At least if I can get above 350, it'd be perfect. But as long as past 250, I have a chance.
Babb doesn't regret his vote for Trump, but he thinks it could cost him his job.
I own a red plane.
Definitely with the tariffs, I believe they played a part. I think that, Donald Trump could have had a little bit more finesse instead of using like a blanket policy over everything.
So 4 months in, how would you grade Trump?
I'd give Trump right now a B+. I want stuff to happen right now, but I understand that the gears of Washington move very slow.
Too soon, he says, to think about the midterms.
It's very stressful that I'm gonna be out of work in the near future because I want to provide for my wife and kids. Tired.
Much more important worries front and center.
Interesting. When people say, you know what, I leave my education or the education of my kids to the teachers, but yet you go to work 12 hours. Man, we work hard. Okay. When I'm done here, I got other stuff to do. I'm not just going to go sleep. And it's currently 3:29 a.m. I am in the South. I am in Georgia. Okay. And I'm not even going to sleep yet. But I'm not going to log in 8 to 12 hours at work and then log in 2 hours in my kid's life. No. These jobs would throw you out at a blink of an eye, and it's not going to affect them. It's your kids, that's a gift from God. I always say these things because I don't know why people don't get it. Your kids are a gift. It's like, you cannot replace them. You can replace your job. You can lose money. You could get money back. You could file for bankruptcy, get money back. You could lose your home. You could buy another home. You could lose your car. You could buy another car. But your kids, yeah, Lord.
There, Dan, and I hear two Trump supporters be skeptical about his promise of a very quick manufacturing boom. So it's worth watching as you head into the midterms. That district has all of the big questions in American politics. Will Trump keep, or can Democrats make progress with those blue-collar workers? The Latino vote there, Trump support went way up. Democrats have a huge problem there. It's a fantastic district. If you just want to sit in one place for the next 2 years and get the economy, get at demographics, it's Pennsylvania 7.
Yeah, really interesting people that you talked to. Thanks so much for bringing that to us. Appreciate it.
A well-known and respected tech CEO.
Shout out to the GOAT one more time. Luke says, haha, CNN travels across the country to find Trump voter, rating him a B+. Exactly. A B+. Real life is hilarious. Of course, no matter how hard they try to make this guy or paint this guy as a bad person or a failing president, his voters are saying, you know what? We're patient. And we know things take time. And we're going to be patient with it. A B+. I don't think Joe got a C-.
CEO Dario Amodei, who heads a cutting-edge AI company called Anthropic, is raising alarms tonight about AI's potential impact on employment that could soon be felt. While he says AI can lead to incredible advancements like medical breakthroughs and boost the economy, he believes it could also lead to half of entry-level white-collar jobs disappearing and 10 to...
Okay, I'm just going to say this, okay? Somebody just said in the comment section, or send them to a private school if you can afford it. If you can. The truth is, no matter where you send your kids, they're going to get programmed, okay? Whether it's a public school, whether it's a private school, they are going to get programmed. Okay? Why not be the person that programs your kid? Regardless of wherever you take them, they're going to get programmed. So I'm not going to let somebody out there who has their own family, their own problems, their own health issues, their own mental issues program my kid. Okay? It's impossible. I'm going to expose my kid to the good things in life, but core principles of life. That's my responsibility to teach and train my daughter. I'm not going to leave that to the school. I'm not going to teach my daughter geometry or whatever, art. That's not my place. Okay, I'll let the art teachers do that. But life principles, I'm not going to leave that to the school. That's my job.
20% unemployment in the next 1 to 5 years. It's something that's been talked about within tech circles for a while, but rarely so starkly and so publicly. I spoke to him just before air about that and other implications he thinks AI may have on society. Dario, you've said that AI could wipe out half of all entry-level white-collar jobs and spike unemployment to 10 to 20%. How soon might that happen?
Well, let's, well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But just to back up a little bit, you know, I've been building AI for over a decade. And I think maybe the most salient feature of the technology and what is driving all of this is how fast the technology is getting better. A couple of years ago, you could say that AI models were maybe as good as a smart high school student. I would say that now they're as good as a smart college student and sort of reaching past that. I really worry, particularly at the entry level, that the AI models are you know, very much at the center of what an entry level human worker would do. And so it's hard to estimate, you know, exactly what the impact.
Also, AI is here, and most college degrees would be useless very soon. Okay? Most college degrees will be useless very soon. This is my opinion, okay? I may be wrong, who knows? But artificial intelligence is here if you don't have handwork, okay? People like plumbers, HVAC, electricians, welders, truck drivers, those people are going to continue with their jobs. But you see, data, all those folks that do like accountant, it's almost going to be gone. As an accountant, you may not have a job in 2 years. Okay? If your job is to gather data, you may not have a job in 2 years. Okay. All right, here we go. Hannity.
And welcome to this special edition of Hannity. All right, who knew what? What did they know? When did they know it? And who was really in charge of your country for the last 4 years? Now, remember earlier this week, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, he sounded the alarm over Biden's use of the auto pen. He did it right here on this show. Here's a reminder.
Who was giving the authority for use of the auto pen? Remember, Sean, there was more activity in the last 100 days of the Biden administration than the first 3.5 years of the Biden administration. Many of the far-reaching executive orders were signed during the last 100 days, and they were all signed by the auto pen.
Oh, the auto pen. 3.5 years, more in the last 100 days. Did you know about it? We'd like answers. Anyway, for years, we on this program, we made it important to tell you the truth about Joe Biden, his obvious, very obvious cognitive decline. We started reporting on it in 2019. We'll get to that in a minute. While the state-run legacy media mob and Democrats, they were lying to you day in and day out. Cheap, fake videos. They weren't cheap, fake videos. Now, finally, the truth has been revealed about this abuse of the office of the presidency and the subsequent cover-up, which has now quickly become the biggest presidential White House scandal in our country's history. Now, the media will ignore that, too. The left so hated Donald Trump, they hated him so much that they were willing to put your national security at risk. And as one aide even admitted to fake Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, even act undemocratically. And democracy's in peril, they said before the election. And meanwhile, it was by them. Just to stop Donald Trump and just show proof of life occasionally. You know, he doesn't really have to run things if he's reelected. We'll just, trot him out every once in a while, let everybody know he's alive, and let him go back and take a nap. And by the way, let unknown people run the country. Almost every Democrat White House staffer, so-called journalist, I said in 2007, journalism is dead. Everyone in the fake news media mob, they all work to deceive the American public because they don't like Donald Trump and they don't like the American people and their choice. You all deserve answers. And finally, we are starting to get some. We will be unrelenting on this show. We're going to get to the bottom of all of this. Now, according to Fake Jake and Alex Thompson's book, Biden needed a script just to get through cabinet meetings, with one cabinet member telling Tapper and Thompson, quote, the cabinet meetings were terrible and at times uncomfortable, and they were from the beginning. I don't recall a great cabinet meeting in terms of his presence. So they were all scripted. And no kidding. I'm serious. No kidding. And don't forget, Joe couldn't even conduct the full meetings himself. Remember? He had to turn it over to Dr. Jill, his wife. She wasn't elected to any position. Take a look.
This is the first time Jill has joined us, and it goes to show how important the issue is, which she's about to speak to both of us. Today, at the top of our meeting, Jill's going to give an update on the House initiative, White House initiative, to fundamentally change the approach and fund how we approach and fund women's health services. So I'd like to turn it over to Jill and for any comments she has, and it's all yours, kid.
Thank you. All yours, kid. He reads the script. You know, the speechwriters, according to the book, shrank not only the vocabulary, but they shrank the speech because they knew he was incapable of getting through this. Now, here's a question a lot of people probably are not going to like that I ask. What did his family know? What did his wife know? What did his children know? What did his grandchildren know? They had to see far worse than the rest of the country. You probably only saw Joe at his best. They would be complicit. Also, to me, tough questions need to be asked of every single family member, starting with Dr. Jill and Hunter. Now, yesterday, when asked about Jill Biden potentially testifying before Congress, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt had this to say.
Is the president satisfied with aides only sitting for these transcribed interviews, or would he also like to see some kind of testimony from the former First Lady, Dr. Biden?
I think, frankly, the former First Lady should certainly speak up about what she saw in regards to her husband and when she saw it and what she knew. Because I think anybody looking, again, at the videos and photo evidence of Joe Biden with your own eyes and a little bit of common sense can see this was a clear cover-up. And Jill Biden was certainly complicit in that cover-up. There's documentation, video evidence of her clearly shielding her husband away from the cameras. They were just on The View last week. She was saying everything is fine. She's still lying to the American people. She still thinks the American public are so stupid that they're going to believe her lies. And frankly, it's insulting, and she needs to answer for it.
Remember Joey, he would shake like air. Nobody's there. And then somebody would have to come out. Oh, no, come on, walk off this way, Joe. That went on for 4 years. What we're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg as it relates to the scandal. And frankly, this is like the dumbest lie ever told. Democrats, their allies in the state-run legacy media mob, they simply asked you not to believe your lying eyes for years. Joe Biden's cognitive decline was readily apparent to everyone. From the moment Biden jumped in the presidential race, we identified it in 2019. His struggles were clear, unambiguous, they were obvious. This was not the same guy that was Obama's vice president, not the same guy that was a senator. He didn't walk the same, he didn't look the same, he didn't sound the same. And you know what? Don't take my word for it. Take a look at some of, well, the lowlights.
If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330. We choose truth over facts. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone, make sure the kids hear words. It's time for America to get back up on its feet and once again fight for the proposition that we hold these truths to be self-evident. Sounds corny, not a joke. Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. You know how we talk about it. Are we the people?
The record player, truth over facts, created by the thing, the God, the creator of everything. Democrats, the media mob lied to you over and over again. They claimed that they showed you the real Joe Biden, but they did not. On this program, we take great pride in telling you the truth. We showed you the real Joe Biden. We sounded the alarm starting in 2019 about his struggles. We did it from the very beginning. We have the tape to prove it. Take a look.
There is a panic. All Joe being Joe, the verbal mishaps are piling up by the second, raising serious questions among Democrats about his viability. It is fair for every American to ask whether or not this 78-year-old has the strength, the stamina, the focus, and the capacity to handle what is by far the toughest job in the world. Now, to me, quid pro quo Joe seems to be in a rapid state of decline and not up to the rigors needed even on a campaign.
Only after his disastrous debate with President Trump last June, when it became apparent he had no chance of winning re-election, all of a sudden they noticed everything we'd been telling you from 2019 onward. Did the left reverse course and state the obvious? No, they did it for political expediency. This was a man completely incapable of doing what is the hardest job in the world. Now, amid the growing evidence of the biggest cover-up in White House and presidential history, Biden reemerged today to deliver a Memorial Day address nearly a week late. And let's just say he didn't exactly ease anyone's concerns. Take a look.
Our politics have become so divided and so bitter. All the years I've been doing this, I never thought we'd get to this point. But we are. Our troops don't wear a uniform that says I'm a Democrat or I'm a Republican. It says I'm an American. I'm an American. That's who I am. Every nation was founded on geography, ethnicity, some unifying principle, but not an idea. The idea of America was founded on, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We meant it. That's who we are. American democracy has endured for nearly 250 years. Every generation has to fight to maintain that democracy. Every time. Every generation.
Now, after screaming those remarks, he spoke to reporters and launched into more rambling, mumbling, bumbling, bizarre moments. Take a look.
So I feel like everybody expects. I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I could beat the hell out of both of them.
Well, do you want to reply to any of those reports and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Do you have anything to...
Oh my goodness. The lady had to pull back a little bit. Look at her, just look at her head. Okay, look.
A lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I could beat the hell out of both of them.
Well, do you want to reply to any of those reports and also to the fact that there are some Democrats?
All right, everybody. I don't know if you can see her hair, right? On the far left. On the far right, well, on my screen is on the right. Lower right, okay? That's her hair right there. Look how she pulls back when he tries to, I guess, kiss her.
Who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place.
Why didn't they run against me then?
Do you have anything to say to the press secretary about who went after your wife yesterday at the briefing?
I don't know who the press secretary is.
He can't even climb stairs. He can't even stand up straight. He can't even ride a bicycle. He's going to beat up people? Really? Republicans, they need to get to the bottom of this. This is serious. The country, you deserve the truth, and we need to hold everyone involved in this cover-up. They need to all be held accountable. The House Oversight Committee and their chairman, James Comer, is trying to do just that after sending letters last week demanding for Biden's former White House doctor and senior aides that they all sit for a transcribed interview. And now he says he's open to having Joe Biden himself come testify before the committee. That'll probably be the Her Report 2.0. And speaking with reporters in the Oval Office today, President Trump addressed some of these concerns about Biden's decline, his alleged use of the auto pen, potential future congressional testimony. Take a look.
Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. And I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating.
If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go
Well, it's very
behind
hard
the
because
president's
I'd
back?
read your newspapers or your media the next day and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that?
And on the Senate side, the Judiciary Committee has announced plans to hold a hearing on the Biden cognitive decline cover-up on June the 18th. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to...
All right, so somebody just said in the comment section, what is democracy?
Joe Biden.
All right, let me enlighten you, okay? Let me just wake you up a little bit. If you read the Bill of Rights, there is nowhere in the Bill of Rights that the word democracy was mentioned. In the Constitution, there is nowhere democracy was mentioned. But, of course, we are a democracy. Nope. This is a republic. But I'll let you say what you say.
Emerging at a Memorial Day event 4 days after Memorial Day, and his brain still cooking with no oil. He insisted he would have won re-election and got real up close and personal with reporters.
I feel like everybody expects. I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year. From the very beginning. Never forget what I do.
There's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent and I can't walk and I could beat the hell out of both of them.
Well, do you want to reply to any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? I got beaten.
And paging Dr. Jill, your testimony's needed. Trump was asked by the press if
Jill. Dr. Jill, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the GOAT strikes again. Luke says, I am so proud of the chat on this wonderful channel. Genesis, thanks for making room for us to learn together. This is what it's all about. Learning together. All right? Learning together as Americans. Okay, can we do that instead of, saying I'm a parrot or I'm dumb or what do I know or I'm going to get deported or whatever you say. Okay. Like I always say, I have a thick skin. Okay. Whatever you say, you're allowed to say it. Just say what you like about me. I don't care. Okay. Whatever you say about me, it's allowed. All I ask is for you to love America. Can you just love the country that has given you this great opportunity? Because if you actually go outside of America and you see how people are living, you would understand how great the country that God has put you in is.
If the doc should testify about her husband's decline while he was president.
Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right.
So that was a very gracious statement by the president, Greg. Would you have shown Dr. Jill and her husband that much grace?
I don't know, man. Dr. Jill is like a dog who keeps digging up an old bone in the backyard and trying to bring it into the house. She's like, you know what? She's like the manager of Elvis Presley during those last days. Maybe I can just squeeze a little bit of money if he can just remember the words to Hound Dog. You know, I love how every time they go up to this old guy, he always resorts to some kind of violence, you know. Oh, my critics, I can beat them all up. Dude, you got your ass kicked by stairs. You know, imagine if this guy had somehow managed to cross the finish line, if they
Look, was he about to kiss that girl?
You know,
Look, oh, man.
He always resorts to some kind of violence, you know. Oh, my critics, I can beat them all up. Dude, you got your ass kicked by stairs.
What is going on here? She's just there smiling like, okay.
You know, imagine if this guy had somehow managed to cross the finish line, if they duct tape this collapsing corpse together. Well, you don't have to imagine it. He's right there. And he says, watch me. You know, we spoke up, but all those people, these dopes that are interviewing him, asking these questions like, oh, you're so fawning over him is so grotesque. And they say they were duped. When I see Joe Biden, I don't see Joe Biden. I see the legacy media. I see Hollywood, academia, the people that put their power before authority. Last word, Biden complains that politics has become so bitter. You know, maybe he doesn't remember the things he said because he doesn't remember what he had for breakfast. He, in front of troops, said, you know, he targeted troops over political beliefs. You know, he branded millions of people as extreme and dangerous, not just the leader, but the supporters. Now he says, I want to unify. The guy put people in boxes, figuratively and literally.
I hate to say this, Katie, but Greg does have a good point.
Oh, thank you.
You'd think you'd have this opportunity with the former president after all of the stuff that has come out. And these lame, limp questions. That's what perpetuated the cover-up in the first place.
Johnny would never answer.
He would never hit him right between the eyes.
He would, and then Joe Biden would threaten to beat him up, and he would have to get a restraining order.
I'd say, please do.
No, we love Johnny. Please don't beat him up. For a guy who was at the beach all the time, he sure is out a lot now. I mean, he's out talking to reporters. I can't imagine Democrats like this. My advice to him would be, and to Dr. Jill would be, get your story straight, because this could have all been avoided if there were more transparency over the past 4 years. You bring the doctor out to the press briefing, you let him answer questions from reporters, even if they ask bad questions, at least you're showing that you're willing to answer them. There's still no answers about big historic things that happened during the election, including the president dropping out of the race. They posted a letter on Twitter, and the president of the United States didn't come out to talk about it until 24 hours later. I mean, who signed the letter? Who wrote the letter? Who posted the tweet? I mean, these are things the American people deserve to know, especially because Democrats for so many years were subverting democracy by going against President Trump with all this deep state strategy. And yet when it came to President Biden, we have no transparency about really big things that voters deserve to know about the president.
What would you have asked him in this moment, Jessica? Would you have asked him about the auto pen?
I probably would have asked him, which a reporter did, how are you feeling and how's your treatment going? Because he has started his cancer treatment.
That's a
and
nice
he says
point.
It's going. Would you like to echo my
I agree,
sentiments?
that was a nice gesture, but
Okay,
then you
but then
follow
that
up with the
leads
auto
me-
pen.
But they did.
But see, now we're not allowed to talk about it because of that.
No, we're absolutely allowed to
Do you
talk
believe
about it.
him?
I'm not.
I don't
That he's
believe
taking
any,
Phil.
I don't
Okay.
believe anything. I can't. I'm not supposed. I can no longer believe anything.
You never believed.
No, I used to have some trust. It's dead.
Fine.
If he says he's taking a pill, I don't believe him.
But guess what? The good news is it doesn't matter.
That is
He's
true.
not the president anymore.
Thank
Move
God.
on. You know
Thank God
who
for
is?
us.
Thank God.
Yeah.
So you know who the president is today?
No help from you.
Well, I wasn't going to vote for the guy. Then the actual president is asked about Joe Biden's cancer to stay on theme. And he said, if you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. Really feel sorry for him. Now, contrast that with how Joe Biden acted after the Butler assassination attempt. But then we actually...
Trump has already prayed for Joe Biden. He's already prayed for Joe Biden on Truth Social the day the news broke when he said, you know what? Melania and I are praying for Joe Biden and hope he gets better. But, of course, they're never going to say that.
President's behavior...
Okay, so the GOAT strikes again. He could do this all night. And that's the facts. Okay, he's done this all night. Shout out to the GOAT, Luke. Biden wanted to win again so he could vacation for another 100 days. Trump hasn't had a vacation in 10 years. Oh, liberals are coming for you, Luke. They're coming for you. They're coming for you, Luke. Shout out to the GOAT.
Gets better today because he says he hasn't been asked yet, but he'd think about pardoning Diddy because Diddy liked him a lot.
All right. He tried to put him in prison, Jessica. He raided his house. Come on.
Joe Biden, dementia, cancer notwithstanding, is an awful person.
Yeah.
He's been an awful person for 50 years. I want to be sympathetic. I've said I want to be sympathetic, but it's all gone. The guy tried to destroy this country. Yes.
And his corrupt Secret Service is what got Trump shot. Over to you, Sean.
Okay, well, I
Be
have to say,
optimistic.
I'm going to be optimistic in that I will be very interested to see what the Senate and the House do if they actually get anybody to come in. No subpoenas yet. I don't know if they go there. But when President Biden says they should have run against me, Dean Phillips, who was a congressman at that time, was the only one who stood up and said he should not be running. He actually tried to mount a primary run against him. That's just one of the things that is covered in Original Sin. And that book has some other stuff. An aide told them our whole idea was we just get him elected and then he can hide for 4 years, which begs the question then who was going to be running the country if that was your plan? And also you have cabinet officials, secretaries saying that they were shocked when they saw President Biden, that he was his mouth was hanging open, he was disoriented, he didn't know what he was doing, which to me begs the question, was there ever a discussion of the 25th Amendment? These cabinet members told those authors, we didn't think he was capable, some of them, of taking a 2 a.m. call. He had the nuke codes. He was the commander in chief. I think everybody has questions. And when he shows up, it sparks all of them again. And Democrats then have to answer the question, did you see something? What do you think? And all the 28 contenders are going to have to answer those questions, chief among them.
Of course. Now everybody wants to act like, well, we knew, but you never told us. You never told us. Anyway, back to ICE. Here we go. I was going to end it, but...
So now to this story I mentioned a moment ago. Sanctuary cities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are not deterring ICE. That's the message we got from a Fox exclusive yesterday. Federal immigration agents arresting migrants in the greater Boston area, wanted for some of the most heinous crimes. So Fox News getting the ride along. Bill Malusian was there. He reports on it live in Boston. And what did you see, Bill? Hello.
Hey, Bill, good morning to you. Nowhere else in the country is the battle between the locals and feds more heated when it comes to sanctuary policy than right here in Massachusetts. Tom Homan has promised he will surge ICE resources to these sanctuary areas, and that's exactly what he's done here in the greater Boston area. We joined one of more than a dozen ICE teams deployed all across the state yesterday as they arrested a murderer, multiple child rapists, and a fentanyl trafficker, all of whom had been roaming freely on Massachusetts streets.
Want to huddle up for 1 second, please?
It's dawn in Massachusetts, where Fox News was given exclusive access to ICE's elite Boston team.
All of our targets today are extremely violent, so please use extreme caution. Good luck out there and be safe.
Whoa.
ICE quickly moves on its first target and arrests him. He's a Salvadoran illegal alien on El Salvador's most wanted list, with an Interpol red notice out for his arrest for aggravated murder aggravated kidnapping, and robbery.
Let's just wait right here. This car is going to pick you up, all right?
ICE then arrested this Salvadoran illegal alien who was previously convicted of child rape. He was deported in 2017 after he went to prison and illegally re-entered the U.S. He was found living right next to this children's playground.
So you guys just snagged a previously deported, convicted child rapist living 100 yards from a child's playground. Is that unusual out here?
Not in Massachusetts. It's not unusual. Due to the open border policies, we are finding that plenty of people who have been previously deported and committed heinous crimes and were removed from the country are now back here, just living among us. And now that's our job to go round them up.
Nothing else? No other medication?
We joined ICE as they also arrested this Colombian illegal alien, facing pending charges for sexual assault of a child, as well as this Dominican alien with a drug trafficking conviction who's now facing local charges for fentanyl distribution. Meanwhile, away from our cameras, another ICE team arrested this Guatemalan illegal alien who's facing charges in Massachusetts for aggravated child rape, but was released from state custody. They also arrested this Honduran alien who's facing local charges for rape and was also released from local custody.
Your message for the politicians who continue to fight you guys?
We're not going away. It might take us longer, it might be harder, but we're not going away. We're here. We know what the American people voted for. We understand that we work for the American people, and we're going to be here until we send everyone home.
And Bill, ICE Boston tells us that local anti-ICE activists have been interfering with their operations virtually every single day. They say yesterday alone in East Boston, they had arrested a criminal alien and put him in handcuffs when a group of activists grabbed onto that alien and tried to pull him into their car to get him away from ICE. Then in a second incident yesterday, ICE says they were surveilling a murderer's home in their car when a crowd surrounded their vehicle, blew their cover, and they had to pull off the target. Again, a murderer.
Wow.
We'll send it back to you.
Wow, all in one day. Extraordinary stuff. We'll see what happens today and into the weekend. Bill, thank you, live in Boston.
Yep.
Dana.
Let's bring in Tricia McLaughlin. She's the DHS Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs. I think it's quite alarming. As Bill Malusian was reporting that, Tricia, he and I said, this was all in one day. And this is just one state, one city, one state. How much bigger is this across the country?
Dana, it's even bigger. And I do want to note that these protesters are emboldened by politicians like Tim Walz, who likens our brave ICE enforcement officers to the Gestapo and to Nazis. A Democrat representative, Dan Goldman, out of New York yesterday just held a press conference, again likening our ICE enforcement officers to the Gestapo. Our ICE officers are facing a 400% increase in assaults against them. Meanwhile, they're just trying to make American communities safer. As Bill mentioned, just in the last week alone, we've arrested off the streets of Boston MS-13 gang members, Tren de Aragua, convicted murderers, child rapists, truly the worst of the worst, who have been in our American streets with impunity for the last 4 years. And Dana, what's important to remember is that these...
I told y'all the GOAT could do this all night. Well, shout out to Luke. Luke says, I didn't see Biden do anything about this, Genesis. Thank God Trump didn't retire into obscurity. He said he was going to do this. I don't know why people are acting. You guys are acting like he didn't say this during his campaign. We streamed all of his campaigns, all the events he had, all the roundtable conversation he had with voters, state leaders. He said it was going to carry out the largest deportation in history. He said it. And everybody's acting like, oh, yeah. He said it. Because when very wild things were happening across the country, in New York, someone was set ablaze in the subway by an illegal migrant. And in Atlanta, we know what happened. So, how do you expect these people to feel? Americans who have been affected by illegal migrant. some families would never see their kids again because of illegal migrants. How do you expect them to feel when they see their leaders flying to another country to go bring back these illegals? How do you expect those Americans to feel? Like their leaders don't care about them. That's how they feel because they lost their kids. Now, is every illegal migrant a criminal, like an actual criminal? No. But your first act should not be coming into the United States illegally. Your first act should not be a crime. I'm sorry. Okay. I wasn't born in the United States too. But I came into the United States legally. I went through Homeland Security. I went through USCIS. It took me 5 to 6 years to become a United States citizen. I had to study, I had to learn, I had to take a test. They had to do my background check and all of those things to become a cherished American citizen. So, I actually support legal immigration. I support it. I support legal immigration. But once you come into the United States illegally, and that's your first act, coming in here illegally, I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't know. You may be a good person, but you've already committed a crime. Already. Even if you are actually a good person. And I know people are trying to escape so many things from, in their country. But there's so many people waiting in line doing it the right way. It may take a while, but there is honor in doing it the right way.
Sanctuary city politicians, their policies create magnets for these criminal aliens to come into these communities because they know that there's not repercussions at the hands of the city and that the city will in fact hamstring our ICE enforcement officers.
There is an objective that has become clear about the numbers of deportations that your group wants to find. It's 3,000 a day, which computes to 90,000 a month. Is that realistic? And if so, how far away are you from realizing that goal?
The American people gave President Trump and Secretary Noem a very tall task when they demanded that these criminal illegal aliens be out of our country. We know that about 20 million people illegally came into our country over the last 4 years, and we are hell-bent on getting them out, especially the worst of the worst. I mean, Dana and Bill, I get reports coming across my desk every single day that have child rapists, murderers, Tren de Aragua, people who human traffic others with impunity. And in it, the numbers we will reach. I'm confident that we will deliver on the American people's mandate. Secretary Noem has done a phenomenal job in just over 100 days. Our borders closed, but we got to get these numbers up, and we won't be satisfied until we clean up American
Okay, if you
streets.
do the math over a year, you're more than 1 million, and we'll see whether or not that can be achieved. Go ahead.
Tricia, I want to switch gears just a little bit because DHS has a broad mandate, and that includes also dealing with this situation up with at Harvard and across the country with student visas and the concern about some of the foreign students who are here. Some, not all, obviously. Here is a commencement speaker, Dr. Abraham Verghese. He slammed the Trump administration yesterday. Let's listen to a quick snippet of that.
A cascade of draconian government measures has already led to so much uncertainty. The outrage so many feel also must surely lead us to a new appreciation for the rule of law and due process.
Tricia, yesterday, as I understand it, Harvard refused to comply with one of these visa program reviews. How does the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security plan to deal with that?
Harvard has failed its students, Dana. They've allowed violence to rage on its campus. 60% of its students report that they faced anti-Semitism. They've allowed radical students to take over their buildings, deface their buildings, and they're trying to do it at the expense of the American taxpayer. It is a privilege, not a right, to be able to use these programs, and Harvard uses them as a piggy bank. So Secretary Noem is keeping the options on the table. We don't want people who hate America to be using these programs to be studying in our country, but also I think it's important for viewers to know, Dana, that Harvard actually helped facilitate paramilitary group exercises that are part of the CCP and that were complicit with the Uyghur genocide. So it goes even beyond anti-Semitism and pro-terrorism to undermining our national security with the CCP, Dana.
Okay. It's a big story and one that is going to go on for some time. Thank you for your time today, and we'll see what we come up with. Bill Malugio.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 4:12 a.m. And of course, that is the 31st of May, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. Like I always say, fathers, take care of your kids as much as you can. I know it's hard. You got to pay the bills. You got to stay up all night, do stuff. I get it. But you have to try as hard as you can to take care of your kids. All right. And shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military personnel. Thank you for your service. You guys gave us our freedom. Okay. Thank you for your service. Without you guys, there will be no us. Shout out to law enforcement officers. God bless you. Thank you for protecting us every day. And shout out to everybody for tuning in. God bless you. Shout out to the GOAT, Luke, our esteemed member on the channel. Shout out to Luke. You've been a blessing to the channel. God bless you. Shout out to another great moderator, C. Shelley. Awesome person. God bless you, C. Shelley. You are amazing. Thank you for being here. Shout out to everybody. God bless you. And we have shout out to Ellie. That's another esteemed member. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. God bless you. Shout out to Mr. Busky. He's not here because if he was, liberals would have been getting the buckets, okay, for the tears. But he's not here. So shout out to everybody. God bless you, Tap. Shout out to Tap. God bless you. And don't forget, God is love and God loves you, all right? America, to me, is the greatest country on earth. You don't have to believe that, okay? This is just my opinion. I believe America is the greatest country in the world. Okay? All right, with that being said, don't forget to double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and yeah, we're going to be back here tomorrow. You guys are awesome. God bless you. God bless America. And it is your boy, Genesis, and I am signing out.